Okay, if everyone will please stand for an invocation and our pledge. Commissioner Owens is going to lead us in an invocation.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are blessed to be here, Lord. Lord, we thank you for our friends, Lord, for our citizens gathered here today. Lord, we thank you for blessing us with this great county. Lord, we just pray for your discernment, your wisdom in all our decisions today. Lord, we just thank you again. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to call the regular scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting to order on May 4, 2016. Our first item of business is the approval of the minutes for the emergency meeting on March 24, 2016, and our regular scheduled meeting on April 6, 2016. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
There were a few editorials, page 1824, bottom paragraph, the third line where it says as of today, all black budgets, you should delete the black. Page 1825, in the middle, lower part of the middle where it says Ms. Lane stated interested, need to delete the ED. That should fit it.
Okay, and there was a typo that I had already submitted about going in. Okay, do I entertain a motion to approve the amendments as corrected?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, amendments stand approved as corrected. Our second item, our Roman number 3 amendment agenda. Adjustments to the agenda. At this time, we would like to add under new business 2 items. Number 16, a discussion about the county well. And 17, budget amendments. Are there any other? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as corrected or as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second to approve the amendment agenda as correct, adjusted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. So the agenda is adjustments are made. Okay, moving right along, we have unannounced delegations. And do we have anyone? Okay. Mrs. Holly, if you'll state your name and address.
Reba Green Holly. What if I don't want everybody to know my address? Post Office Box 262, Gatesville, North Carolina. And I'm here today just to discuss the Gates County Partners for Health budget request. Last night I noticed that we had a 0 appropriation, so I wanted to come forward to let you know, as the chairperson of that committee, it is a committee that works very hard with volunteers to help coordinate the health initiatives here in the county. And we have the one paid part-time person that works under the health department to help coordinate all your diabetes support groups, etc., and health initiatives. As a person who's worked on several boards dealing with health regionally, every county that chose not to fund that position in the past have had all their health initiatives to actually die. Even though we have a health department and different people working on health initiatives, they're all dealing with them on their individual basis. And this committee kind of pulls all the resources together and issues to help increase and maximize the resources available to improve the health of our citizens here from a proactive stance in trying to prevent and support and then help the other agencies that are in the business of prevention to do their job better and market their programs and get people involved in that activity. And they also help coordinate the family fun and fitness. And I believe Valerie submitted the budget with the reports and accomplishments that have been carried out thus far. And that Scotch report that comes to you all every year concerning the health initiatives and what we're trying to do, that our committee is, which is the one that helps do the work and pull it together. So.
May I respond? That was an oversight. I did not realize that that budget was attached. It was pointed out to me this morning that we did receive that in March. So next week we do have a meeting to review the budgets, and that will be given to them. Yours was received, like I said, beginning of March. We received 2 this past week.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure it's still on your radar.
Yeah. And thank you. Unfortunately, we do sometimes make mistakes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the work you do with Gates Partners. Okay, anyone else on the list? Okay, moving to a night's delegations. I do not believe we have any. Okay, we'll get ready to have administrative reports starting with County Manager.
This is for March 25th through April the 15th. During April, I met with all departments regarding budgets for fiscal year 17, and the budget will be presented in the meeting. As far as the historic courthouse is concerned, there will be an update later during this meeting, but WJE has been contacted as of April 15th regarding the West Wing brick assessment, and a conference call will be scheduled with WJE, Clearscapes, and myself to discuss the brick assessment and cost. That did take place, and that will entail the update later, because it will require some discussion among commissioners. Mike McAllister with Municipal Engineering has notified me the design of the spray field is just about complete, with the exception of the application forms and electrical engineering. And additional paperwork has been submitted to all of our grant funders advising them of this situation. On April 6th, Chair Hopper, Commissioner Owens, Commissioner Jordan, Commissioner Felton, and I attended the NCACC regional meeting at the Vernon James Center in Plymouth, and county shared their top concerns. On April the 14th, Chair Hopper, Commissioner Jordan, and I attended the North Carolina Competes for Jobs meeting at the College of the Albemarle. North Carolina Commerce Secretary Scalabara, Dr. Mitchell, and Mr. Collins spoke on programs with the Department of Commerce, while the Department of North Carolina Environmental Quality Secretary Vandevar gave an update on the department. Both departments stated they are committed to assisting rural counties. Do you have any questions?
So I have one question. At our last meeting on the, I guess it was April, Commissioner Owens requested that we contact DOT about requirements to take over Sunny Lane.
And that was submitted to you in an email, all the information I have. It will take me a moment to find that email. I'm working on 2 emails. I'm working on a borrowed laptop at the moment. But that was submitted to you in an email, and that was the last communication that I had. And those are still the requirements that need to be met.
All right. I guess, Madam Chairman, we probably need to put this on the agenda. I have a copy of that. I did print a copy of that email and the forms. If the owner is still wants to pursue that, which I'm sure he does, it's been an ongoing thing. If we don't get it for this meeting, we need to get it on the May 9th meeting to address.
Did I understand you, has he requested us to do this?
Well, that was requested, yes, that was in the past.
And
That was
that's
for
what,
2014.
Right.
he hasn't made a new request.
No.
Well, no, we never called them for it.
No, sir, he was supposed to complete those applications as they were submitted to him and then return them to the proper people. And that has never been done.
Okay, did we contact him?
No, I've not contacted him. I sent you the information that has been submitted. I feel like it's the property owner's responsibility to contact us.
Well, and, yeah, obviously it's his responsibility, but we can let him know what he needs to do. And
He
if
was
he-
that was sent to him in 2014 by Ken Winley.
With our library being out there, I think that gives us a little skin in the game. Because that's something something personally that I would like to see, so that road won't get in real bad shape, which is a fear that I have. And also because of the restaurant that is wanting to build out there, I think it would be a good time for us to maybe, not for him, but for our benefit, to take a positive approach on it. Madam Chair?
Okay,
Follow up on that.
so do you want us to add it to the agenda for the May 19th meeting? 16th meeting, excuse me.
I think it'd be a good idea.
We can certainly do that. So we'll add that to the agenda on the May 16th. Okay? We'll discuss. Okay, any other questions for the county manager? I believe finance and tax are up. Don't rush to the podium, Mrs. Lane.
While supplies last, right, I'll go ahead, yes. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
You had an opportunity to review the tax collector's report. You got two versions. The first did not include the VTS DMV figures. They were added later, and you see that revised collector's report submitted. But any general or specific questions on the report as you see it?
Didn't have a question on the report, but at our last meeting, we did ask that you send a letter to Ellis, signed by the board. Was that accomplished?
It was sent, as my report indicated, that letter was mailed April 12th and was received certified at Ellis Law in Edenton April 14th, signed by the administrative secretary. As of this morning, no response, no email, no phone call from Travis Ellis or Kim Steele, his paralegal there, no response. And that board was, that letter was submitted on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. So,
I'd like to see a copy of that.
okay, all right, very good.
Email us a copy of it.
I sure will, okay.
I also would like to call the attention on that note about the Department of Revenue. There is discussions being held about putting reappraisals on a 4-year cycle.
That is correct. That is the current debate. Some counties are actually already on a 4-year rotation. Some are on
Some of the larger
5.
ones, yes.
That is correct. They're on a continuous rotation. Time to get finished with one reappraisal, they begin another. Some are on 6. We are on 8, as most of the counties. If that comes to pass later this summer and into this fall, it'll reflect in terms of budgeting, obviously, in terms of those contractors that are available for the reappraisal projects. So there'll be a lot of different variables to take stock at. So
A lot of additional expense.
And that would be like every 4 years, it would be active.
And
The new appraisal would take place, it wouldn't be a.
that's right. No, not much. Now we're on 8, so we have a bit of time to reflect. And I think their big concern is more uniformity with a continuous reappraisal cycle. For us smaller counties, we don't see that dramatic increase like some of our neighboring counties maybe did with the surge in market prices. Pasquotank, Chowan, Gates really never hit a high plateau with regard to, inflated, or I'll say, the appraisal market standard. So it'll be interesting. As I said, if it goes to the General Assembly for, some legislative action, that may be up for debate as well. But so far, it's just a recommendation from Department of Revenue. So, and they're advising counties to take heed of that in support of having everything uniform and a continuous, cycle there. So it'll be interesting this summer to see how far that gets with discussions. Yeah. I think the biggest thing for me, initially, I was thinking budget in my mind, and budgeting, appropriating that money for the budget is key, particularly for us smaller counties, Terrell, Gates, absolutely. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yes, very interesting. So it's, you said uniformity. There's nothing uniform about us in Mecklenburg.
Well, I agree.
understand.
I agree totally. As far as the sales in the county, but there again, our sales never really spiked to a level of, like some of the other counties. I mean, we never really had that big margin. I mean, we had some land sales back for the 09 reappraisal that reflected where the market should be. As we move towards this reappraisal, it may be in a different place, but we don't have any, obviously no waterfront, so that was never of debate with regard to market. So that's initially the first thing that popped in my mind, allocating and budgeting. The task at hand is interesting enough. The budget is more just interesting. I don't say problematic, but it'll be interesting to follow that, certainly.
It's problematic for us.
Well, yes, yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The current general statute that invokes revaluation allows the county currently, if they see a need or if they desire to, that they can do a reevaluation sooner than the standard, 7?
8 years, yes,
8
sir.
years. So currently we can do it more regularly if the county desires to.
That is correct. The Board of County Commissioners has that luxury. You're right.
Exactly. So to put a mandate on doing it earlier, probably would be a hardship on some counties if they don't see a need. And the reason I say that is because we may be in a position to pass this information along to our legislators to let them know whether or not we support it. And my position would be that we currently have it luxury, but I'd be interested to know how do you feel about it? Are you an advocate of it, or do you basically see it the way I see it?
Oh, actually, I do. Every 8 years seems sufficient with that. And the general statutes also indicate unless there is a need or unless your sales ratio is 0.85 on the low end or on the high end at 1.15 or so, then they mandate that reappraisal. But the county commissioners, they do have the option to interject, and that'll be interesting to see some of these smaller counties not following suit with DOR's recommendation. I see it that way, certainly. I don't think we have that much of a trend otherwise to have us go for a shorter cycle. Not for Gates. I mean, I wouldn't say that for Gates, certainly, but I mean, just looking at the sales speak volumes for that. That's, the indication for what the home sites and the dwellings that are being, constructed here in the county, and the little bit of, commercial that is in flux now. So I agree, Commissioner Jordan. I'm right with you on that, certainly with, the 8 years.
I can see the urban counties because of the values and the demand for housing and, the spikes. But of course, when the housing market crashed,
Yes.
they were the ones most affected, and the resort areas.
Mm-hmm.
But while rural, small counties, I don't see it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we do have 3 refunds, of course. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Of course.
If you, budget item number 1, a refund request.
Yes, this is refund number one in the amount of $303.25. The tax bill, of course, was paid in full, and the taxpayer paid, and then the balance also was collected from our debt set-off clearinghouse. Because that balance was not zeroed out with our data conversion last fall, it still showed a remaining balance when in fact there was a zero balance. So I've attached that snapshot of the debt set-off clearinghouse, that the money, the funds we received. Actually, it reflects all the refunds here today, for the debt set-off, so I just attached those.
Okay, so it had really been paid twice.
It was, as all of these certainly were, refund 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. I guess we'll take them one by one. Do I have a motion to refund $303.25 to the taxpayer for double payment of taxes?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so that one is approved to go ahead and refund the money. Okay, budget item request for refund number 2.
Yes, in the amount of $180.90. Also, the taxpayer paid in full. After that, his account was delinquent, was already submitted to the debt set-off program. And once that is done, of course, we can't just make a phone call and have his account eliminated from the debt set-off clearinghouse. That's why we send out letters every fall to someone who is going to be in the debt set-off program. We encourage them to pay. As you see, the date that he actually paid, the taxpayer paid on April 1st, and those funds were already set for collection, if you will, from debt set-off, because it was on in this case, a 2014 bill.
And yeah, he paid in April 2016, so.
Yeah, yes ma'am.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made, properly second. Any discussion?
Just one quick question. You said you were alerted that this taxpayer was going to be in the debt set-off program. How early?
That happens into August of September of last year, and this is for a 14 tax bill. So what happens is we have a chance to, into August and early September, develop those files for unpaid taxes, and we generate letters, and they are mailed out from our office, encouraging that taxpayer to pay without further penalty, or jeopardizing the income tax refund, or even any lottery winning. So that occurred into last fall, and then suddenly we have payment in April of 16 for the 14 tax bill.
So you
And you send a list to the tax set-off when?
Usually that is sent in early August, and then any payment that is made, we have an opportunity about a week to refine that list. If somebody comes in and pays $100 and resolves that whole account, we can eliminate that. In this case, that was not done. We still had delinquent taxes. So we do have a window of opportunity, and then we finally send that file to our third-party vendor for processing. And they compile the letters and send them out. So if we don't get a response, and the letter is specific in the wording with that, just to read a line, it specifically indicates that, to avoid any further jeopardy, for any additional collection of taxes with regard to lottery or income tax, this bill must be paid in full. So we never hear from anybody with a payment plan, and the file is already uploaded. So.
Okay, moving on to refund number 3. Wait, yeah, we have. Okay. Call for the vote on a refund for number 2 in the total amount of $180.90. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Refund number 3.
The third one in the amount of $215, also paid, in this case by the mortgage company, and the debt set-off funds, also for a delinquent 2014 bill already in our database. no other taxes were owed, and everything else was resolved by the taxpayer. In this case, the mortgage company paid, and then the taxpayer, the funds were collected from the debt set-off of $215.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so,
All right, thank you so much. All right.
thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
we were on this particular topic about the reappraisal. I'd like to find out what Senator Cook thinks about that, maybe report back to us, if the county manager to do that.
how about Representative Hunter too?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, before Ms. Lane leaves, I know we discussed this in the past about some inquiries we've had from citizens as pertaining to taxes on Highway 13 near Corner High. Have you had any of those calls from citizens as pertaining to the state paying any taxes on that?
No, sir, I have not. You know, those, I'll say some of those parcels that were, let's say, compromised with regard to acreage, we, and even my predecessor, Renee McGinnis, had made that correction in the database and land records to reflect the right-of-way in cases where the land was, you know, consumed by the state, and we simply don't have any value. We break out the acreage that, as best we could determine, that was lost, if you will, and we have, you know, the zero value for that, but the acreage still reflects if I were to pull up a tax card. But as of to date, I've not had any questions on that. I've had some general phone calls about the reappraisal with our field appraisers out and going door to door, and some questions regarding that, but none specifically on that corridor with 13 and what the state may pay and what, you know, was absorbed by the state. So.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate that. I don't know if any other commissioners have gotten any phone calls as pertaining to that, but I think we discussed it.
Ms. Lane, Ms. Lane, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
We've seen some of the issues we have with Keystone, with the new software program. Could you just address that as to see where we are in fixing some of those problems that are really problematic?
Let's see, let me look at the right time here. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be animated with that. That is ongoing, and if the finance director, Steve Pittman, does not object, I'm going to forward her email from yesterday. I think the board probably needs to see oh, you did. Okay, very good. So with that in mind, that's just one very basic aspect that is initially, my understanding is why we were moving towards Keystone, just one of the facets anyway, that ability to interface with finance. That has not happened, and quite truthfully, I don't see that into the summer or this fall, given the other problems and the complexity. I had an opportunity one day, County Manager Natalie Roundtree and Ms. Pittman were in my office, and they saw exactly what that would entail. Just my briefly explaining them to them, you know, that process. So that's just one component. Today, they're with regard to listing, regular listing, and what, you know, tax specialist Betty Marsh does every day with regard to personal property, boats, motor vehicles. There are ongoing issues with that we've had to look at. There are not as many appraisal issues with regard to if I'm sketching a dwelling and adding various sections. That has been resolved to date. We're able to print with some limitations, the property record card, which was a part of the contract hours as well, of the original plan way back last May. In fact, when we heard a conversation that it would take a week, that was last May. Well, here it is April of 2016, and we still struggle with just basically printing a property record card. So
That specific incident, would it help to forward that specific email to our Keystone representative with a copy to our county attorney And
Yes, I have copied, I've not copied Mr. Godwin on all of those emails. Initially, I have everybody I could possibly copy on that email. If that email does not bounce back mysteriously, I'll go to spam in some regard. But I have copied everybody, including the president, the vice president of client services. This afternoon, if things go well, another conference call is scheduled for the reappraisal. When we split the database, that's another issue entirely. You can imagine having a working side, that database split, and that enables for us to go in and make changes reflective of the reappraisal, and we don't affect what's in our tax system. There have been ongoing problems with that. So with issues with entering buildings, outbuildings, having them priced correctly. But yes, sir, initially, into earlier this year, I think when the county attorney, Mr. Godwin, became involved, at that point I copied him on as much as we could when his involvement became pretty apparent earlier this year when that first closed session unfolded. So, yes, we have tried. I mean, I certainly, in lieu of having a personal visit to, I mean, with the staff here and the project manager when they've come down, Ms. Dublin, Ms. Twine, they have been down, but that has been sporadic, and then their role when they are down is more inclined to, working on problems, so to speak, not really addressing the process of Keystone.
If I may, I believe some of this would best be discussed in closed session because of other discussions we've had with our attorney.
I think it would help us if we had some type of progress report regarding, the specific actions. We've been dealing with this now for approximately, 6 months?
Last August was when it really got in, like county manager said. And I see you have a copy of the SCAR report there, that anything in a closed session that we want to discuss, certainly.
We'll just discuss in closed session.
Some of those points, yes, indeed. Open ticket items, they've been reviewed, and it involves all the different aspects, appraisal, collections, listing, land records, any issue. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Lane. Okay, any other departmental reports that anyone has questions with? We have emergency management manager here.
I did have one question from our finance department
Okay.
on the revenue statement. Item 113531-30. To the state and federal admin, DSS, for reimbursements. So it's 60,000 at an excess of 60,932.
Yeah, that's the Medicaid one on this line, not the,
Yeah, well, that's the one I referred to, I guess.
right. That is a number that we get an estimated percentage of it in March. We'll get a cleanup figure, usually in August. I don't know what that number will be. That is the revenue that the state is making changes to over the next 4 years. So I'm not sure if they're going to take money back in August. It's an estimated number. We estimated it based upon the reduction that they told us would happen starting this year. So I really don't know. I can't explain that number. The state funds that, and I really can't explain where that number came from.
But if we do get it, that's going to be additional funds.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Now, the question is, where does that go? Fund balance or just?
It'll go right into fund balance, because we won't know until August what that true number is, so we can't do anything with it as far as budgeting it to spend it, because I don't know what the state will do in August when they true up that number.
And I believe that is one of the issues that I've taken up in the short session this year about Medicaid reimbursement.
Where would that fall in our present budget, in our book? Where would that fall in there? What
Fiscal
category?
year 17,
Yeah, 17.
It is, it should be on,
Department of Social Services.
no, well, it's because the number falls there, but it's not part of the social services budget. It's not specifically spent, that money is part of, is that what you're asking, what you're?
Well, I was going to look for the new number, what you
Well,
project.
we projected the same amount.
We left that number the same. The state is supposed to be reducing that reimbursement by $125,000 each year for the next, they started last year, so it'll be for 4 years. So we don't really know what that number will be. You know, the state give it, then take it away, and we just really don't know until we get to August what that'll look like.
And it's the same account number.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, anyone else in any of the departments? I see we have construction work going on between, about this drainage and putting in, where it's washing behind the steps and that, as you can see, that, and the sidewalk, all that is being done as we speak.
And grass will be cut after construction is completed.
And that's always nice to hear.
Just an observation, I see Diane is not here. The town manager can help us out. On the water department, customer service, said that we have 2 members of staff working until 7 p.m. to answer questions for anyone who has concerns about their account on water disconnect days only. Payments are not taken during this time, but staff are available for informational purposes only. It kind of caught my eye, you know, we have people here, and especially after I've seen this write-up here where we had a citizen whose water was being cut off, he apparently did not seen the bill, and they come down and pay it.
No, sir, the doors are not open for payment. They're here for phone calls only. What had been, and what made this change occur is that in the past, 911 was receiving phone calls about people's water being turned off. And then they were in turn sometimes calling the person on call or calling either Ms. Hendricks directly at home or Mr. Hedgebeth at home. So to alleviate that happening, 911 has been instructed that on the days of cutoff, there will be someone working in customer service that will directly send that phone call to customer service, and customer service explains why the account, if the account is delinquent, how much, including the service fees and the 10% late charge, and explains to them how to pay it, and then the process for getting the water turned back on. The building is not open for people to come in to pay their bill at this time.
Well, I understand that, but, you know, from a commissioner standpoint, you know, as customer friendly as we can be, it's something that I certainly advocate, and just something to think about, you know, in our doing business. We do want to be customer friendly as much as possible. I continually get calls and continually approached by citizens on when they have situations with their water being cut off. And certainly, you know, as a board, I think we need to see if we can make this as customer friendly as possible. Of course, we have to collect the fees, but in doing so, we want to make sure that we allow the citizens to have the best possible service that we can give them. Just a thought, not a proposal at this time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Any commissioners have questions for the department heads? Hearing none, correspondence, I don't think, there's a couple, I guess this would be a good place to say, there is a National Day of Prayer on Thursday, May 5th. It'll be at 12 noon at the Gates County Courthouse inside this room. In the morning, it'll be at 7:45 at Gates County High School with the students, led by students there. But tomorrow is the National Day of Prayer. So, the county manager and I had a meeting with Cruyam on Tuesday. That is, of course, the board that Commissioner Freeman sits on. And I will pass this they are interested in putting this, this is, well, Commissioner Freeman, you might can explain it better. This is a board that, I mean, it's in charge of mental health.
Yes, ma'am.
And they are putting in these kiosks in the various counties where you can go and you are automatically, you can take a self-assessment, and you can have, there's a telephone there that you can have, it's direct connection, and to, for help if you need it. And they are proposing to bring that and to the county, and we will discuss that later, but just to make you aware.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chairman. And Gage County was picked after we had in-depth discussion about various areas and some of the issues as pertaining to behavioral health. And the difficult part is putting it in an area where it's not seen. And I'm sure Bland may have talked to, would you speak directly with Bland?
We met with him yesterday, but he did not say it had to be in an area that was not seen. It does, the screen does have a cover over the front of it.
And it would be private.
Well, and some of those issues are where an individual may come that is not either on video, if you will, and seen by everyone else.
That was not discussed.
Knowing the fact that, you know, some folks may be here for this and some for that, and then this one is already picked out.
They wanted to put it in a place where there was a mingling of people, that a lot of people would be around.
That was the only issue.
But certainly that is a concern that we have, the lack of mental health professionals in the area, and this is a means by which they can seek help. Okay, the county calendar, I think, is set, and I would like to remind people that, I had the date, sometime 2 weeks from now, there is a county assembly today, where you can go to the General Assembly to meet your representative. It might be something that we need to consider. I do have that date, it's on my calendar, which is back there. I think it's
The registration, I believe, ends perhaps Friday.
It's 18th or 19th one.
The 19th, we have our landfill meeting.
No, it's over the 18th. Because I don't think that we're having the same day.
Madam Chairman, we're getting ready to go into Roman numeral 5.
Correct. No, 6.
Excuse me, 6. And looks like that's going to be a little bit lengthy. Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Sure. I had one department of middle that I had questions on
Okay, which?
regarding code enforcement complaints.
I cannot address any of those other than what it says on that paper. I would recommend you contact Mike, and he is off this week and scheduled months in advance. So you'll need to speak with him next week in regards to any of these reports. He will be here on May 16th to discuss an issue regarding our our code enforcement.
Well, just for the sake of the board, on the second page, there's several items there that caught my attention. I think we need to be aware of as a follow-up to specifically the second one and following. One of them says the court ruled this a civil matter and cannot be tried as a criminal matter.
That is what he's going to come talk to you on May 16th about.
And Commissioner Jordan, I was in court that day when we discussed that. I bring those matters forward to you.
And that therefore relates to several others that are on this list.
All right, well, if you drop down another one, it says as soon as the foreclosure is complete, we will require the bank to clean up the property. This property's been in foreclosure for 3 years. cleaning up? Is that by the county or do we get a contract?
We've not discussed that. Those were notes he had made, and he's still working on some of the foreclosure issues. He does go in and talk to clerk of court to keep apprised of these issues.
And something else about these properties, you know, one of the things we're dealing with many times when we foreclose on properties, that the properties are not marketable, meaning the size or the duration is so undesirable, or it's too small or whatever. And, you know, we go in and we foreclose on a property, we can't sell it. You know, we end up spending thousands of dollars to deal with the property, and then we can't recover.
No, sir. One of those in question, it does have a prop house, and I believe it would be marketable. Another one on here that discussed, there's comments about foreclosure, that is bank foreclosure.
Well,
So it's not our tax department that's foreclosing on it.
well, ultimately, if we did assess a lien on it, it could affect the county. But my point is that, you know, when we move forward with these, we need to make that conscious decision to determine, you know, how much are we going to be involved with this property and moving forward with it, you know, rather than just moving forward and taking such a loss for the county. Or just look at what options we have. Thank you.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute stretch break since we have what? Several public hearings, 4 public hearings coming up. That might take a little while.
Thank you.
Okay, if we get everyone, I think all of us are back, so we can proceed to Roman numeral 6, the public hearings, and as you can see, we have quite a few today. So I would remind you that we need to make sure that we are concise in our comments. We will be enforcing the time limit of 3 minutes for everyone. So please bear with us because we've had so many. Our first one is the Grimes rezoning request for parcel 10-03206. Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay. Do we have any public comment for the Grimes rezoning request?
I will just give a brief overview for the general public. This is a rezoning request that was approved by a 4-3 vote, and the recommendation is for approval of the zoning map amendment. This is for a property that is at 775 U.S. Highway 13 South in York. The request was for the property that is currently being used as a U-Haul rental site and a variety resale store to be rezoned as commercial. It is currently an existing non-conforming use because the land is currently zoned agricultural. And it does say that the current owner is seeking to expand the business to include the sale of firearms. In order to receive ATF approval, a zoning letter of compliance is needed, and the zoning ordinance does not support the expansion of existing non-conforming uses. Thus, the only way to expand the business to allow firearms is by amending zoning for the property. And as I stated, on March the 15th, the planning board voted 4-3 to submit the recommendation for approval of the zoning map amendment.
Okay. Do we have anyone who would like to speak to the issue?
Madam Chairman, while someone's coming up, if so, do we know if they have an FFL, a Federal Firearms License?
Ms. Grimes is the owner. She may be able to answer that question.
Sir, I didn't hear it.
Do you have an FFL?
No, sir, I'm applying for the FFL license, and this is part of the process. They said that in order to do so, I would have to have it rezoned to the commercial use.
Right.
So, and that's why it is my understanding that that property has been commercial for the last 55, 60 years. And at the last rezoning, they went ahead and changed over to agriculture right along with everything else. But my plans were to take, and now that I'm retired from the state, I would like to take it over to my gun store. So, hence, here I am.
Have you ever had an FFL?
Yes, sir, I have. My brother and I both have had FFLs, and that's why, number one, we figured it would be a good business for Gates County. I've been in this county 22 years, had a business for 22 years. I enjoy Gates County. I want to stay in Gates County. And I think that's a need that Gates County has. We have a lot of hunters. We have a lot of sportsmen. I already do fish and game and boat registrations and stuff. It just ties right in with my regular store. So, here I am.
So you are experienced in the selling firearms?
I have sold firearms, yes, years ago. When I was in the service, I had my FFL in Virginia Beach, Virginia. So, yes ma'am, I have had the retail experience in firearms.
When you apply for FFL, do you do that through the sheriff's department?
You fill out the ATF forms and you have to send a complete copy to the sheriff's department. I sent my last copy, I went to the sheriff's. This is how it all come about. In January, ATF was coming out to inspect it. They gave me the letter. So that's what got me coming up here to find out what was going on. That's when we found out it had to go back to C1. So I had already put all my paperwork in. Sheriff Webb had already signed off on it. ATF had signed off on it with the understanding that I got the letter. I couldn't get the letter until I come before the board. So, long process, but I'm willing to do it. That's what it takes, and that's what I'm willing to do.
And what is the size of your piece of property?
It's just under 1/3 of an acre for the store area itself. For the store and the parking.
So that's why it was non-conforming?
Yes. Yes, initially, Ms. Batiste had told me to put in the house and the store, and then she told me, no, just put in the store because if we put the house property in, it would actually raise the property, the tax on the house also, so. We converted back to nothing but the store property.
How much of that 1/3 of an acre was taken in by the highway when it was found?
They took 15 feet off the front of the property. That's what they took, that 15-foot right away.
I believe the deed said 100 feet.
No, because if they'd have taken 100 feet, they'd came in the middle of my store. The road is actually still right exactly where it was at. They have a fence 15 feet in off of the road. And then it's like 10 feet from the fence to my front door.
It was a 60-foot right of way, now it's at least a 200.
Now, if you go by and look, it's not. Unless they're taking it from the other side, and they didn't take nothing on the other side either.
So the store, the business,
Mm-hmm.
and the house are going to be on 2 separate parcels.
Yes, sir.
Is anybody here from the planning board?
Yes.
Been an hour.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for her unless somebody.
I would just like to clarify a couple things, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
Commissioners. You say you did have one, that was in Virginia Beach. How long ago has that been expired or no longer?
That went out in 1998.
And did you have a business or just out of your home?
I had a business at that time. Well, it was a home-based business, but we had a little store right there at the same situation. Had a house, and we had a store right next to it. If you go up to Virginia Beach out on Shore Drive, the place now is called Leaf and Lizard. It's an antique shop and stuff. That used to be my place.
All right. Did you have any problems there at all?
No, sir. No, I keep a good, strict thumb on everything.
And not personally, but, you know, with other individuals either trying to break in or either trying to take your business, so to speak?
Okay, right now, I have an alarm system in the store. We are ready to install the security bars and everything on all the windows and the doors. Plus, I have a camera system I'm getting ready to install. So, and I have 7 dogs. So if they can get on that property and get into that store without somebody hearing them, more power to them.
And just so that my fellow commissioners, and I'm sure they're aware of it, but just to hear it, ATF requires certain regulations, right?
Yes, sir.
As far as security,
Yes,
as far
sir.
as records.
Yes, sir, they do. In fact, I'll have to be sending a report to the sheriff's department every evening if I have any gun sales of any kind.
For background checks and,
Yes, sir. Well, we can do the background check per se, but if we do a gun sale, we still have to notify the sheriff's department that a gun has been sold.
and if any of those weapons, or handguns and or rifles or shotguns are used in a crime, that's reported to the sheriff's office here and subsequently to you too, to see who you sold it to.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Very definitely.
That, reporting to the sheriff's department, are you going to do that in the form of writing, delivering a document, or is it by computer?
It's by computer, but you also have a report. It's my understanding now. It didn't used to be that way. You used to just do it by a written report. But now you can do it by computer, electronically, and they do still have a paper form that can be delivered. From what the ATF agent told me. He said that they would go over everything in detail when and if we get the zoning redone. So,
Any additional questions for Mrs. Grimes?
None for Mrs. Grimes, but I would be interested in hearing from the planning board. As a matter of fact, I went on the website, the county website, to try to find the minutes to see what was the rationale for the 3 opposing votes. And, whether it was technical issues or just what. And I called the planning office and understand that the record is not available right now with the illness, but I would certainly like to know why there was a 4-3 vote. What was those 3 opposing votes? What was the rationale for opposing moving forward with it?
Okay, Mrs. Grimes, if you will, if Mrs. Hobbs is here and Mrs. Simon, I see front row.
Good morning.
Good morning.
William Silent.
Bill Fox from Atlanta, and Mr. James is attending the meeting tonight.
The vote was 4-3. The rationale for I can recollect for the vote of the 4 was because it was an established business that had been there for eons. My vote against it was because I consider it spot zoning. And also, Trixie Long has been out of business for a while. And I think after, when the ordinances were passed, she should probably be grandfathered in. But after she was out of business, then I feel as though anybody who comes in to the store, they have to bring up everything to what the current ordinances are mandates. So that's my rationale for what
And I do have a copy of the minutes from the meeting that we had that vote on, if y'all, would you like to see them? Okay, if we're done, I'll be glad to give them to you. It's the only one I've got, so I want it back. The reason why I voted no as well is the same thing. I consider it to be spot zoning based on the overall area and what the zoning is in that area. Also, I have concern with the size of the acreage that is for business to come on. And I know that was a long-standing store there, which was under Ag 1, but we're not talking about what was, we're talking about now what is. And in my view of things and opinion, if what we move forward with now is going to set and stay in motion until somebody else might want to change it. So we have to look at present and future and correct anything that's been misdone in the past that would have been incorrect. But that's one of the reasons why I did it as well. I considered it to be spot zoning. The lot size for one is less than an acre.
As far as the adjacent landowners, we go through the process of notifying them of a rezoning, went through all the metrics. The adjacent landowners, is it the applicant or are there various landowners in that area? I know Powell is in there.
None of the landowners responded from what I understood, and none of them gave an opinion one way or the other concerning this request.
It's not exactly clear what we have, what is being asked to be rezoned. Ms. Grimes owned two parcels that were one parcel, and then this small corner was cut out of it. And she mentioned 3/10 of an acre. Is that what was presented to you to be rezoned to 3/10?
Was that? Yes.
And that was 3/10 before the highway came through and took a good portion of that 3/10. So it's not really much left there.
Let me get my copy of my minutes, and I'll give them to Melissa.
Give them this and shit.
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Did you have, pardon me?
Okay, Commissioner.
Billy. Good day. Did you have an opportunity to talk with anyone else in front of the planning board? Did any of those neighbors, the other commissioners?
Nobody showed up in this ground, so she's going on.
Anyone from the sheriff's office, any input, or anybody else in front of the planning board?
Nobody showed up.
They're surrounded by timberland, aren't they?
Right, but they, I don't have all the information with me because I don't have this packet of information, but they had to notify because so far out, and no one has given any indication
One way or another.
one way or the other.
We are notifying more than just the connecting neighbors.
It's too deep.
It's too deep.
Okay, so these, what we're seeing on the map, they would have been notified and received some documentation.
And this was the old long store.
Patricia Long's
Now, we say it's currently non-conforming, but do we have a special use permit in place to operate the U-Haul in current business? Or is it we just operate the business there, non-conforming, without the Board of Justice special use permit?
I don't recall ever hearing anything about special use permit.
No, it's just existing.
It's existing, it's always been there, it's never been challenged.
Did the planning board have any other concerns or anything else, just as far as conversation in an open forum about business?
Not that I can recall, no. If it is, it's going to be in the minutes, but I can't recall that there was any, no.
So what brings us to this junction is the fact that she had to apply for FFL, and these things were required, is what brought us to where we are.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak to the issue? Seeing no one make their way up, do I have a motion to come out of public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made, properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Coming out of closed session.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to ask Billy a question.
Okay, this is your time.
You researched the deed and the right of way and everything. What did you find?
Well, the deed for the property that is discussing was a 75-foot square. And the highway department have to have a copy of the highway map to actually see the site of what they're talking about. But the deed called for it to be 100-foot right of way from the center, which it was a 30-foot right of way from the center, 6-foot total, and it increased to 100 feet from the center. And this was 75 feet, and if you take off 7 feet of it, then you're going to get 5 feet up for it. But I don't know exactly where the highway could have been positioned more on the east side of the road than where the center was, so I can't speak to that exactly. A good portion of it was taken up with the highway. And if you notice in your file, you've got a map showing the flood zone on there too. My main concern, of course, Mr. Silent and Ms. Hall both mentioned that everything else in this area is A1, just with the spot and Cleveland.
Okay, I know Commissioner Jordan, I would like to see the minutes from the planning board as well. Do we want to entertain a motion to table this until we have additional information, or what is the pleasure of the board?
So moved, Madam Chairman. I and Commissioner Jordan's inquiry about the minutes and what the planning board discussed, and since it was 4-3, if I recall, I think it would be a good idea for us to review that and discuss it after we have an opportunity to read that and or speak with any other planning board members.
We want to come back to this.
That's supposed to be my question. Is this today, or because you're having a public hearing to make a decision today?
I would table it until after we review it, the information. We could proceed with the other ones and then come back to it. Yes, sir. If that was a motion, I'll second that.
Motion's been made, seconded at the table until we can have a chance to read the minutes of the planning board.
May I ask for clarification? I thought, Commissioner Jordan, were you saying still make the decision today, though, because you're having the public hearing today? Is that what you're, okay.
Yes,
I just want to be clear.
Okay, that we are tabling until we have a chance to read but so we can go ahead and move on to these other public hearings. Okay, is everybody clear about what we're voting on?
Right.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so we...
Can we make sure Ms. Brown understands the process, what we're going to do? So,
Okay, Mrs. Grimes, what we want to do, after we finish all the public hearings, we'll probably take a short recess, so it gives us the time to see and read the minutes, and then we'll come back. Okay, the next one, next public hearing is a text amendment concerning the planning board. That we have a public hearing on, planning board text amendment, and I think we have all read this probably many times. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into a public hearing concerning a text amendment to the planning board, for the planning board.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're now in a public hearing concerning the planning board text amendment. Is there anyone who would like to speak for this?
I know Ms. Hobbs would, but if I could, I would just like to give a brief summary. This was presented before the planning board, and I believe Ms. Hobbs is going to provide most of the commentary. But there were several sections that were of great concern to the planning board. One of them had to do with section 13-02.08B concerning the 30 days between the business meetings. There's not always, could be a conflict with the 30 days because of when their meetings are held. Another section is 13-02.03D. There was just a question about the meeting at the courthouse at 3 o'clock. Do not think they had a large concern about that one, but with section 13-02.02B, which I know is on the first page, parts 2 and 3 are of great concern to them, and Ms. Hobbs, I know, will speak in greater detail about that one. And then I explained section 13-02.03EF, which was in reference to advertising in the newspaper, where we had discussed if it was not advertised in the newspaper, but if it met all the other criteria of advertising, then we could still have the meeting, the hearing.
Number is that?
That was, I'll just read it was section 3, the last, it was at the very end, E, and then number 5.
I think there were some areas that we hadn't debated on.
Okay.
Mrs. Hobbs?
In Phyllis Hobbs, I'm vice chair of the planning board, and I was asked to come today just to go over a couple of those items. The one main concern is just, I know a lot of things have to be worded correctly. And who owns, one of the things that we had a concern about was what is the definition of property? You've got property can mean a vehicle that they're paying taxes on in the county.
What number is that?
I think it's
It is.
just generic.
No, this one starts with 13-02.02B.
Okay.
First,
Okay,
under
she's
county
talking about
residence.
property. What is the definition of property?
What would be the definition of property? Like real property, or are you talking about a homeowner or a landowner? So we had a concern with that wording. What do you want the definition of property to mean?
Well, it's real or personal?
Right, and I told them during the discussion, from our discussion, the takeaway was real property.
Correct. And she did, but we think it needs clarification in there.
You know, you think real needs to precede property in that paragraph?
Yes. Yes. And also, we did discuss just the thought about a lot of our residents are declining. We're not getting a lot of people moving in. If you want to stick with just real property, we're fine with that. But you might have, in some cases, like a family member that moves back to the county and rents property that is has been a resident, that might have gone away to college and worked and then has come back. Would you consider someone like that to want to serve on the planning board? But if you put in real property, then that's going to solve that issue, because then they won't, because they don't own real property. They might rent or live in a grandparent's house or a relative's house. So that was something we did discuss.
I think all this boiled down to wanting to make sure that people had some skin in the game.
Yes, sir, I agree.
Of course, if you wait till meetings, you know that I objected to the, not that people that live in Gatesville. take
Right,
part in it,
right.
But I was voted down, but that was part of it.
But anyway, I think it does need to read real property there. Okay, we're fine on the sides. And if you'll go to,
Could we back up one moment? Just on number 3, just covering your question about, and also what was just mentioned about moving in and moving back to the county. If you proceed number 3 by and/or who has been a resident of Gates County for 6 months or longer, rather than just who has been,
right,
if you had and/or, what do you think about that? Or,
yeah, Bill, what do you think about that?
oh, you can take back, whatever, but that should cover that question about who has been here, maybe sold property and moved back or whatever.
I haven't done it.
Understand, man, if they, are we saying if they ever lived in Gates County for 6 months and moved, it could have been 5 years ago.
That would be kind of tricky to figure out,
Yeah.
because they could have lived here at 1 year old, but,
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from with that, Mr. Freeman. But maybe
Maybe we ought to just leave it alone.
leave it alone, and if it ain't broke. But I would recommend adding real property then on that. And that's what the planning board did discuss. And then on the very last page, section 13-02.08, number B, recommendations or if the planning board is unable to render a decision within 30 days of the initial reading of an item, the item shall be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners without a recommendation. We need to change the 30 days, and the reason being is that a lot of our meetings sometimes are 30 days, over 30 days apart. It's just how it falls on the calendar. So if we need to change that to comply.
Would you say 60 days?
I think the recommendation had been by the next meeting.
By the next meeting.
Or by the next meeting.
Or by the next, I would say by the
Business
next meeting, because I just don't think we need to drag something on for 60 days.
Okay, so.
Some items we need to, some, but most of them we don't.
Or by the next meeting.
By the next meeting.
No, she removed this 30 days.
Remove the 30 days completely.
So what about we say, or 30 days, or by the next meeting?
Or by the next meeting?
Yeah, that way, if all within 30 days, you're good, but if not, by the next meeting.
Well, would it be clearer just say by the next
By the
meeting?
next meeting. Just strike the 30 days and just put by the next meeting.
That's fine. I can do that.
That's basically all that we have.
And you, the issue about the local newspaper?
Oh,
Ms.
when is
Rose,
it? When is it?
she clarified that for us.
This is kind of, to me, I see this as a little bit ambiguous. If the planning board is unable to render a decision, from what point? All recommendations made by the planning board should be forwarded to the board of commissioners to file this petition. If the planning board is unable to render a decision within 30 days, from what point?
From the initial reading.
Like
Of the
this,
initial,
initial-
okay.
Right,
Of
from
the
like,
initial reading.
if we have a meeting in
Let's say somebody brought something up in April, then by
May, we have to make a decision, and it's gonna be 30, it's gonna be more than 30 days.
Right, the initial reading, yeah.
Yes.
Going back to 13-02, B, where we could have that who owns real property. And we discussed this at length, about the unincorporated areas of the county. Of course, that excludes Gatesville because it's an incorporated area. And
Right.
then, of course, they don't have zoning, so they're not affected by the rules that are being made. But would it be simpler just to eliminate number 2?
Well, Madam Chairman, I'm going to give you the opportunity to vote on that. Just a second.
Yeah, I think when we were talking about rural property, as a citizen of Gates County, and a property owner, is that what y'all want in there? You know, to be on the board? That owns real
But
property.
we have had a discussion of like people who own things in trusts, really they're not the owner, the trust is, that eliminates them. So we might consider we're just removing number 2. But anyway.
Okay, well, so Ms. Hobbs has presented us with the changes, and we're going to make a decision on this today. And is that all the changes, and we're in agreement, board-wise with those? Okay. I would ask the board, once again, under B, that Ms. Hopper just mentioned, I've highlighted it here again, Billy mentioned it just a moment ago. I want to remove under 13-02.02 under membership of the planning board. Under B, I want to remove number 2 completely. Ms. Hobbs, you were at our meeting, maybe 2 or 3 meetings ago, but we stated some examples of people who have served, not necessarily on the planning board, but the county in some key positions that live in property that's in a trust situations, would be valuable members to this board that you're talking about. So I want to ask the board if they would agree to removing number 2 completely, striking that from the membership requirement.
Will we come out of public hearing?
Yes, sir.
So number 2 would be struck, complete that entire phrase.
I'm going to ask that.
else like to speak to the issue? Seeing no one approach the podium, do I have a motion to come out of public hearing?
Move.
Motion has been made and properly second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Okay, I'll entertain a motion concerning the planning board text amendment.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we accept, that we pass this amendment, text amendment, I believe we're calling it, to the planning board is presented before us today, with all of the changes that Ms. Hobbs mentioned that we agreed upon, duly noted. And I would like to add the removal of number 2 under membership. I'd like to strike it completely from the document under B.
Okay, and that would make B, number 2 be who has been a resident of Gates County for 6 months or longer, and 3, who does not have any current tax delinquency. Okay. Also, we did add on the voting, are you going to include that, the planning board, by that next meeting instead of the 30 days?
All the things that,
Okay.
that were
I
presented,
just want to make sure.
that there was no disagreement.
1302.808.
Correct.
B.
That 13, yes, 0203, and that is G2. Had to have it clear before the minutes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I agree that that is in my motion.
028B,
D.
13-02.808B.
And I'll second Commissioner Owens' motion.
Okay, a motion is before the board and been properly second. Is everybody clear on what we have said about the changes from the printed document you have in front of you? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Discussion, like one point of discussion, and I'd just like to ask Ms. Hobbs and Ms. Fallon if they had any problem with removing that statement before we go to do it.
Ms. Hobbs, this is the one dealing with incorporated areas.
What we're talking about under the,
Membership.
Membership.
under the membership is to remove item number 2 and leave in everything else.
Right.
And then the property is going to be totally irrelevant and erased.
It looks like real.
And people in Gatesville can serve too.
I'm sorry, what?
And the people in Gatesville would be able to serve on the planning board in the incorporated village or county.
Well, that's not really what we were.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not what we were trying to do.
Right, yeah, what we're, the error in our, I see what you're saying, they do want stipulation of being the owner of real property.
Yeah.
And that would take you to eliminate the unincorporated area.
Gatesville's incorporated,
Mhm.
and everything else outside of Gatesville is unincorporated.
Mhm.
We wanted who owns property, it needs to be clarified. Is it real property? Is it not real property?
Not to complicate things, but let me go back. The examples we gave are, and there are real examples, it's not just if this ever happens. People who have no ownership in property, but they have a lifetime right.
Right.
The way it's worded, but the incorporated part eliminates people in Gatesville. We want people in Gatesville to have the ability to serve. So that's why we want the incorporated areas out of it. But then if you put the real property in there, these people who are living in these trust estates, they don't own that property. And it eliminates them as well.
We actually discussed that as well. About you've got a lot of good people that do have living situations where they don't technically own property, but, or, you know.
We just
we
want a
do a
situation where
good
somebody
job.
can come back and challenge something later and say, look, he may not
Okay,
own it.
so what would you say that we would need to put there? How would would you phrase it?
Account, so if you took out who owns property in the unincorporated areas of Gates County, then you're gonna open it up for Gatesville residents, and Gatesville will be on the planning board.
Correct.
I personally have a problem with the residents of Gatesville being on the planning board because I realize they're citizens of Gates County. If Gatesville is an incorporated town, they have their own little rules that they live by, which should supersede what Gates County has, or it may not, but I'm just saying, it should. The state has their rules, Gates County can supersede what the state puts in. The town can come in and supersede what the county and the state puts in. That's where I'm coming from.
And the way it's written now, it would allow Gatesville residents to be able to serve if they have real property in the unincorporated areas. But if they do not have real property in the unincorporated areas, they're not allowed to serve.
No. If they own the farm outside of Gatesville, they can serve, but they just own a isolated in Gatesville, they would not be able to serve. Okay, so that, you want it to be like that, is what you're saying?
I would like to have.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we need to put in the definition of what the property is. I mean, I know what the intent.
Property can only be described as, I see what you're saying, the real needs to be in there, I agree.
Yeah, real, it needs to be under the real property.
Okay, so we're back to Commissioner.
There's a motion on-
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. Do you want to?
Well, actually, I'm going to need to retract my motion because the phrase real has to be in there. So I'll withdraw my motion. But I'm only withdrawing it because of the word real, that's in real estate.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you agree to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, let's
And
start.
or amended, whichever
Yeah,
Commissioner wants.
you're withdrawing your motion.
Withdrawing that motion.
Okay, and you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
We do not have a vote on that. Okay, so now we'll open again to,
Madam Chairman, I'll make the motion to adopt the planning board ordinance text amendments as modified. Paragraph 1302.02B to include real in item 2. And also to include or by the next meeting, in paragraph 13-02.08B on the last page. Those two modifications, my motion is to accept the amendment as presented.
Second.
okay, a motion has been made and presented. Any discussion? Okay, any discussion?
Call my question.
Okay, Carl, okay, and just make sure all of us are on the same wavelength. We are going to accept the planning board text amendments with the exception of 13-02-12, and that B part will read, the number 2 is the only thing that's going to be changed, and it's going to be changed to who owns real property in the unincorporated areas of Gates County. And then flipping over to 13-0208, by the planning board, B, it will read, if the planning board is unable to render a decision within 30 days,
Or by the next meeting.
by next meeting, okay, by the initial reading. Okay, we are clear. Okay, a vote has been called for. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay. So that one is complete. Now we'll have a public hearing, ask for a public hearing on the text amendment for the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
A motion's been made and properly second to go into a public hearing concerning the text amendment for the Board of Adjustment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
I presented this information to the Board of Adjustment in April, and they expressed great concern concerning 13-01.02 G1 under membership.
Read that again,
13, oh, excuse me, not under membership, I'm sorry. It's dealing with the location, it's 13-01.02 G1, which is dealing with the location and time of meeting, which states the Board of Adjustment is to meet at the courthouse at 1 p.m. Mr. Green could not be here due to a funeral, and his condolences. I will take the time to express condolences on behalf of the Board of Adjustment and from the county commissioners on the death of his wife. But Mr. Green stated during the meeting that the Board of Adjustment had voted unanimously several months ago to meet at the library due to possible conflicts with court and the burden of having to move meetings due to the quasi-judicial nature of their business. And I do know that there are several members of the Board of Adjustment here today who also expressed that same opinion.
Okay, would any of those members like to come to the front? Ms. Lang?
The main thing I got to say is that since we have been going to the library, things have worked much smoother. We never had any question of where we were going to meet at, or conflict of location or anything. So, although I'm going off at the end of this month, and the reason I asked to step down is I've had a good friend that got dementia before he went over, so I want to step down while my mind is still clear. But we still, it worked smooth, more smoothly there, and I wanted to work smooth for one department.
Well, thank you for your service, Ms. Lang. Mr. Hoffman, do you want to speak? Aren't you on the Board of Adjustment?
We like the library. It's the center of the county. It was paid for by tax dollars. It's a great facility. We haven't had any issues in meeting there. We haven't had to reschedule any meetings because the room was preoccupied maybe. It's a good facility. And as the Board of Adjustments, we voted unanimously. That's what we'd like to meet, and we'd like the commissioner to take into consideration. Thank you.
Do you find that the public do the people who need to go to the library?
I'm sorry.
Do the citizens of the county go to the library for your meetings? The citizens,
We have public attendance.
public attendance. And have you seen any change in public attendance?
No. There's plenty of room. We haven't seen any problem with the citizens meeting there, if that was your question.
So there's been no complaints that no one knew there was a meeting or anything of that nature?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Have there been any complaints by any citizens that they did not know there was a meeting or where to go?
No, we have not received any complaints to my knowledge. It's well publicized and it works real good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else the podium? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to come out of public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, before we deal with the, where's me, if you look on membership 13-01.02 membership, we just changed the plan board. This is the same identical situation. I would think that we would want to change that to be the same,
Real property.
real property.
Madam Chairman, the two gentlemen that just came and spoke, they were saying the times they met in the library that they thought it worked good, and they gave their reasons. The actual document before us says meet in the courthouse. When we discussed that, we thought of some scenarios for safety reasons that maybe it needed to be held at the courthouse. I know they've run into some, we talked about them running into scheduling because of court, things like that. You don't always have notice. But we also discussed, if you remember, that this is a type of a meeting where there are multiple parties involved, neighboring people to the party, and they get accustomed to coming to one location. And Billy, if I remember correctly, we had at least one scenario where we, somebody, I think Natalie, you remember, somebody showed up and the meeting was somewhere else and it caused a conflict.
No, that was not the case for that.
It wasn't, but it was a planning board.
But that still was not the case for that.
That wasn't the case. Okay. All right. But anyway, I just wanted to remember that part. I mean, that's, and when I say safety-wise, sometimes at some of these things, the person's being affected by it can get a little heated and a little excited. We've had children out of our library. It's a potential for something ugly, if not something where somebody could be in danger or whatever. So I just want to put that out there. There's any discussion we'll have on that. What's been presented to us is just to have it at the courthouse anyway.
I think when we talked about this, we talked about or a designated location. I think there was some opposition on that because you had to be specific. And the most specific place that should be designated was the courthouse. Not that you couldn't have it in a same place. Also, I recall that we talked about the fact that this is somewhat of a judicial type body. It's not like planning board or whatever, but those decisions are generally only contested by a superior court. So, for convenience, I respect Mr. Lane's and Mr. Hopper's desire to have it there. We don't see any legal problems with it. I mean, I do understand that, this is a scenario where possibly there could be some discussions and oppositions to the decisions, and the public library is a place for our youth and adults. But I'm open to whatever the board wants to do.
Well, we need to keep in mind too that even though Mr. Hopper and Mr. Lane stated what they would like to see, it is presented to us from the body.
It was presented to you from the commissioner's body, because that was not the recommendation, if you remember, when it was originally presented to you.
Well, our tweet.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Madam
of
Chair.
course, let me, if I may say this, one of the problems is, since the 911 has taken over the old commissioner's room, there has not been a easy place to switch it to in the courthouse. We couldn't have the courtroom or switch it to the commissioner's room. We no longer have a commissioner's room, and that has led to problems. about location, because if the courtroom is being, like its court is being held, then they can't be here. So where do they go? So, you know, I agree, it is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The Gates County Courthouse would be the logical place. However, it is not there, it's not available on the days they meet. So what do you do then? Now, Mr. Jordan, I think, mentioned we could have, or a designated location. That way, we can cover it both ways.
Right, it would just be posted on the door of the courthouse where the meeting's going to be held, and if we have opportunity, it can be posted on the website and even sent out with regular notice.
I mean, if they check with the clerk of court, they would know it's court if it's scheduled. Now, sometimes court goes longer than what they anticipate. But if it's scheduled to conflict, if you have or designated place, you can use the library.
And I think, you know, with it having a more designated location would also require the planning director or our clerk to check the availability of the court for that date if it's already scheduled. And that way the citizens would have an opportunity to know beforehand that it will be in the library rather than coming here and then have to go down there.
I think actually, but know where it says, unless special notice is given.
That special notice is given.
Okay, so I guess that's covered. But, and we understand that the courtroom is not available on a lot of occasions, now that we've had more court. Seems like we have more days of court. Would you not say that, Commissioner Freeman?
Yes, ma'am. We do have more court and anticipated there'll probably be more added in.
Okay. Okay, we'll entertain a motion. Or does anybody else have a comment?
No, that's all right. Good, no, good. Now,
Madam Chairman, I move that we accept this text amendment to this Board of Adjustment, Article 13-01, with the addition of the word real in front of property under Section 13-02.02B.
Okay, a motion's been made and seconded that we accept the text amendment to the Board of Adjustments with the exception of 13.10102, the B part, to add real to Section 2. Those real property in the unincorporated areas of Gates County. A motion has been made, and
I have some discussion, Madam Chairman, if
Okay.
I could, just as pertaining to the second part of that, and that would be on 1301.03 G, the meetings that Commissioner Jordan mentioned and was brought forth by Mr. Lang and also Mr. Hoffler as pertaining to the library. And I liked what Mr. Jordan said, the designated area. I wonder if we were to add to the end of that sentence, or posted designated area, that would cover this courtroom being used and cover the requirements by general statute.
If I remember correctly, and Melissa, and this might be this is in the minutes that we approved last month, I believe that was part of the discussion, and Ms. Baptiste said no because of the quasi-judicial nature, that would not suffice.
As Billy was pointing out, unless special notice is given, that special notice will be posted, has to be posted, and it would cover the library or wherever. It just means that each time you're going to have a meeting, it's going to have to be put in paper at the library. And you know, those citizens that read the ordinance, they're going to have to be aware that there's special notification would override the courthouse. So I believe that it covers that. Now it's just not written specifically to be posted, but special notices are to be posted.
there's rules about special notices.
Right, and they will
motion has been made and properly second. Any additional discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Okay. Our final public hearing is on the solar farm ordinance adoption. Entertain a motion to have a public hearing on that.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. Okay. We are now in the public hearing concerning the solar farm ordinance. As I'm sure they're looking at the audience, I'm sure there are some people who would like to speak. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
We did not receive any written comments.
Did not receive any written comments.
And I failed to say that for the others, but we did not receive any written comments on any of the public hearings today.
Okay. So if anyone would like to speak concerning the solar farm ordinance. And your state your name.
Good afternoon. Kenny Hibble, 898 Lexington Drive, Greenville. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This is a very nice facility you got here. I went down to the other one from last time. I wondered why nobody was there. So a couple of things. We very thankful and appreciate the draft ordinance. We could have a little bit of trouble getting it off the website, or we ended up getting it late yesterday afternoon. So I apologise. We would have written some comments, but we only got it at 6 p.m. So I've got a couple of things I want to mention. One, which is not really very important, about the vegetation buffer, which we're familiar with in several ordinances. I've spoken with local nurseries and some members of the North Carolina Department of Environment on different types of screening species, and apparently the most common one is known as a Leyland cypress, which has other species in the same family. All of their suggestions were if it's difficult for that species to stop growing at 15 feet, and many of them will continue past that, and when they do, or even at 15 feet, if they're planted 10 feet apart, they'll run into each other. So we normally see quite regularly a separation of considerably more than 10 feet. But my other concern is just with the National Electrical Code, the signs that are required by federal law. If they were to be blocked by that screening, I think we'd have an issue with the code. And those signs are required every 50 feet. So,
What number is that?
the vegetative buffer,
That's
the screening,
The sign.
GB, G2B.
Those signs will be placed on the fence.
Yes, they're required by National Electrical Code every 50 feet. If I can move on, because I don't have a lot of time, but that's just one thing. The other thing, obviously, is related to the decommissioning bond. I want to speak to that briefly, and there's some other people here, some experts that can speak to that. We have conducted 2 months of research trying to find a system of this size anywhere in North America that has ever been abandoned. We're unable to find one. The overwhelming majority of systems this size are owned by power companies. They are prohibited from abandoning the system by, in this case, North Carolina Utility Commission and Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So we have not been able to find one instance where there's been any abandonment. The other thing, in the interconnection agreement, the federal interconnection agreement, is prohibited for this system to be abandoned. Remember, this is a transmission connected system. There's only one of those in North Carolina that we just completed in Canida, not to be confused with the smaller systems that are 5 megawatts that are connected to distribution. They are not subject to federal rules. This system is subject to federal rules and is connected to transmission with its own substation. The other thing I want to speak to is just talking about decommissioning plans in general. There's only one county in North Carolina that has a decommissioning bond requirement. That's Catawba, that we could find. None of the other counties have that. It reads 1.25 times the estimated decommissioning cost minus the salvage value, or $50,000, whichever is greater. All the other counties, and then we've built, somewhere between 30 and 40% of all the solar in the state, and we've probably built in 15 to 20 counties. All the other counties have accepted the methodology, the mathematics, and the engineering that will prove that the salvage value of the system is considerably more than the cost to remove it. Just as an example, the system we completed in Canida recently, we have an estimate. We obtained a hypothetical estimate to remove the system. The estimate was approximately $400,000. We've gone back through the POs and we've added up the hundreds and thousands, and actually millions. It's in the millions of feet of copper and aluminum in the ground, which at today's value is $7 million. That's just one example of the salvage value. To go past North Carolina and speak federally, only 2 states in the United States have come up with a decommissioning plan that involves a financial bond, California and Hawaii. Neither of those states have specified what the type of financial security is, because they take into account the salvage value of the system. So there's a couple of things. The other thing I would like to say is just I believe there needs to be a clause in here that relates to landowners. This particular system has a federal right to be interconnected to the grid in perpetuity. This system will never be abandoned. This system will always be operated. If the landowner is the same as the system owner, then obviously this can't apply. And we don't mind a decommissioning plan in the case where the landowner is not the owner of the system and the landowner requests there to be a plan. We're absolutely in favour of that. But it would be very difficult, and it would be a contradiction in the language if you forced a landowner to decommission his system, because he has a federal right to own that system and operate that in perpetuity. Just a couple of small notes.
Just so that
yes.
it's clear, the clause would say that if the landowner requests a decommissioning clause
plan
or plan.
In other words, if the landowner is the owner of the system, there would never be a decommissioning. These systems operate in perpetuity, and here the landowner has the right to maintain the system and to send energy to the grid. That's 1978 federal legislation called PURPA. In the case where the landowner is leasing the land to generally a power company or some other operator, and if that landowner requests that there be a decommissioning plan, that's perfectly normal. The problem is here, 25% of this system is around $40 to $50 million. We obtained a quote from our bank, Fifth Third, last night for a bond. A bond would be $2.5 million per year.
Premium.
The system would never be built. Catawba County is 1.25 times the estimated decommissioning cost minus the salvage value, and or $50,000, whichever is greater. And they are the only county that has that. So all the other counties, including around here, have accepted that this, in the rare, very, very rare case that I have never seen, but the very rare case that this system is owned privately, and for some reason that individual goes bankrupt and violates all the federal rules, they're not operating this plant, and it needs to be decommissioned, the value of the salvage, not including what's above ground, I'm only talking what's under the ground, is at least 15 times the value to remove it. We have never seen, in the history of the United States, we have never seen, and we've checked with every association, and we've checked on every large system ever built here, we have never seen a system abandoned. This is a $175 million asset. It would never ever be abandoned. It's impossible. It would be a contradiction of federal law and North Carolina Utility Commission. So other than that, please feel free to ask some questions, and we have some other people who talk about salvage value, but our only issue here is that the 25% is unheard of. Nobody would ever come here and build. That is a huge proportion of the electricity that the system generates. It's unworkable.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We have all the people who want to speak. So.
Any questions?
Madam Chairman, I heard you talk about it in various ways, not only the landowner and then also the company owns it outright. Is there ever a partnership between your company and the landowner?
A partnership to own the system?
Partnership like 50-50? Is that ever?
Not that we've ever entered into. And the overwhelming majority of these systems are owned by power companies, in this case Duke Energy or Dominion Power generally. I don't know of any systems this size in the United States that are not owned by a utility. Therefore, they're governed by the federal laws and the State Utility Commission on abandonment. It's impossible to abandon an energy plant.
So as an LLC, you could walk away. In other words, an LLC is a phantom company, if you will. And those who are invested, they're blocked from liability. So those who are behind the scenes, so to speak, if they walk away, of course, you know, if the solar farm is still there, the equipment is still there, what kind of liability?
There'd be in contradiction of federal law, there'd be in contradiction of state law. I've never heard of a situation in a system of this size that it's owned by individuals with no debt. Therefore, if it has debt and has a lien, the debt holder, which is almost always a bank, is forced to come in and take over ownership. So I've never heard of a system this size that was paid for in cash by individuals who are willing to contradict federal laws and walk away, more to the point, leave millions of dollars of copper in the ground. If they did, they need their head examined. It's never happened before in the history of the country. Thank you. I appreciate the time very much. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello. I'm Brian Kennedy with Duke Energy Renewables. We've built a lot of solar projects in North Carolina and all over the U.S. Sun Energy has built quite a few for us. And let me first say, I think the solar ordinance is a good idea. These things are popping up all over the country, and there's a lot of uncertainty about what these things are going to look like, where they're going to be long term. So I think it is a good idea to have an ordinance in place. We are required by our accounting standards and our auditors to go through an analysis that to calculate decommissioning costs and also salvage value. And if the decommissioning costs are more than the salvage value, we actually have to put that on our books and keep it as liability. So we're very used to going through this process. And I think that's what's missing from the provision of this ordinance. It just says 25% of the cost of the system. You have to take into account the salvage value. The salvage value of these systems far outweighs the decommissioning costs early on, especially up to 20, 30 years. The useful life of these projects is 30 years. That's the way we model it. They don't start paying back till 10, 15 years into it. So I realize the concern is a fly-by-night developer coming in and abandoning the system. So I do think it's a good idea to have an ordinance where maybe a bond has to be put up. But I think you failed to consider the salvage value of these systems. And you don't have to ask the developer, you don't have to ask the builder, you can have an independent engineer come in, which is a good idea. But again, I think if you have this ordinance as is with this provision, it's going to unduly financially burden projects in this county and therefore cause other folks to go to other counties to develop. And you're going to lose, a pretty good tax base for quite a few years once these things are built. There's really no burden on the infrastructure. They're relatively unmanned. They're remotely monitored. Cut grass, you do visual inspections. You're not bringing heavy trucks, heavy equipment in. There's really no burden on the infrastructure of the county once these things are built. You're collecting property taxes, real estate taxes, as long as these things are in place. So again, my recommendation, we recently went through the same process with Pasquotank County as part of their conditional use permit. I would be happy to share with you our analysis we did with them. And it was their determination that we did not need to post a decommissioning bond for the first 20 years of the system.
May I ask, is that the one at Morgan's Corner?
It's on bypass 17.
Out near Walmart?
Yes. Yes, we communicated with Shelley Cox from Pasquotank County on that. I'm sure she'd be happy to share her thoughts too. They do have an ordinance, similar ordinance. And again, it takes into account salvage value. And if decommissioning costs are greater than salvage value, the owner of the system is required to post a bond, which makes sense. But if you fail to take into consideration the salvage value of these systems, which again is very, very robust early on, I think you're going to cut yourself short in developing these because folks will go to other counties.
The life cycle of the solar panels.
Right.
You're determining that the what time frame?
So the farm itself is modeled to degrade 0.5% a year, and that's how it's financed. And there's historical evidence to back that up. So 30 years into these systems, they should still be providing 85% of the original output, which would make no sense to abandon them. You've already got the interconnection, you've already got the infrastructure, you're selling power. So there are solar panels that are in the field 50, 60 years that are producing at 70, 80% capacity.
I've been doing a little bit of research and talking to some individuals to try and wrap my head around all of this. And I was told that regardless of the tax benefits that were out there at one time or whatever,
right,
all of those go away. It's still a profitable situation for you to continue to do this, correct?
You can't build it on tax benefits alone.
Okay, that's just an added.
The tax benefits, what the tax benefits are there for is to get more folks into the industry to drive down costs, which has happened. So the tax benefits will no longer be necessary. The tax benefits, for instance, have gone away in the state of North Carolina. There is no longer a state tax credit, but projects are still going to get built. The reason for that is system costs continue to come down.
Some of the concerns, initial concerns of our citizens when we've had meetings and they come to the podium is what happens when this tax benefit goes away, and it was already in the news that it was going away.
Right.
And that was, I think, some of the main concerns that these things, when that goes away, they're just going to abandon them, they're going to be out there.
Right.
So I just want to be clear.
Useful life is very important. We model a 30-year useful life. And this is very competitive. It's not build these things for everything. They're very competitive. Build these things and you got to sell the power to somebody.
So under the line item in decommissioning,
yes,
on Pasquotank's ordinance,
right,
where we have bond listed in there, can you recite that for me? What is that?
I don't have it. I would suggest that you maybe contact Pasquotank County, but in essence it says if the salvage value of the solar facility is less than the estimated decommissioning cost, the owner has to post a bond in that amount.
And I've heard, even before today, I've heard that 15 times the value of the copper that is under the ground is 15 times the value of what it would cost to decommission something, so it's.
Let me give you so 75% of the cost of a solar project is equipment. Okay? It's got a fair amount, it's got some labor, but there's not a lot of labor involved. As far as decommissioning, the wires are direct buried. There's no conduit. There's no concrete. The inverters are put on skids. The posts are pounded into the ground and panels put on there. They're very easy to rip out. The only sort of permanent stuff there that can't be ripped out quickly is maybe a driveway fence. And again, you're only talking about 12 inches of concrete. But there's no internal roads in these things. There's very little concrete. It doesn't take much to take these things out. Our $50 million system we put in Pasquotank, our estimated removal costs were $2 million. The first year salvage value was $30 million. And again, I'd be happy to share it with you. We didn't make those numbers up. They came from our auditors and engineers that we have to, in order to meet our accounting standards and our auditors' requirements, we have to prove to them every year. Again, don't ask me. I would encourage you to have an independent appraiser come in, and I think they're going to tell you the same thing.
Recognize that copper is a good conduit of electricity. But what is the specific purpose of all this underground copper for solar panels? I mean, why are you?
You have to connect so you put all the panels out there. They're generating electricity. You have to tie all that together to a single point of output. Send it to the grid. To send it out, to send it to a transformer, to send it out to the grid. Right. A panel is 300 watts. These systems output 30 million watts.
And copper is the general type.
Aluminum. But don't forget, a lot of the value here is also the panels. They degrade very little. The technology has changed very little in 30 years.
Well, I don't ever want any of our ordinances to be burdensome to economic development.
Right.
Comes to the county. And we've been given an example of one in Edgecombe County that I think has increased the tax base for that county from $30 to $40 million.
We own that system.
And I've had a couple of citizens come up to me at our last meeting of board members and said, did he say $30 to $40 million added to our tax base? And I said, yes, I believe he did. And it's something that we can't just ignore. When I see what the cost of a bond, board members, costing $1 million plus $2.5 million, we're way out of scale. But to me, now by chance, have you pulled up?
No, I have some other information. I actually have the decommissioning plan for the one at Morgan's Corner, and actually that is 29% of decommissioning. That plan, the salvage was, go back up to it. It talks about when they decommission that one, the total decommissioning estimate for labor, materials, equipment, and disposal costs is $2,352,240. And the total salvage value is estimated at $1,691,818. As a result, the final security amount is $660,422, which is over 25% of the decommissioning cost that they have to pay. But also, remember, even if the project costs $30 million to complete, you can only tax it at 20%, which is $6 million.
So the project that we built in Canida, we also shared our decommissioning information, even though it wasn't a requirement, with the commissioners there. That system cost $200 million to build.
Same size.
There is a tax exemption for property taxes, but again, 20% of that is still a $40 million tax base. I don't know about the Morgan County project. That's the salvage value is, I don't know where that information came from, but again,
But you keep referencing a site. What site are you referencing? Because the one that's proposed, or excuse me, the one that has not been submitted to the planning board. Am I correct?
Correct, because of the moratorium.
Right, okay,
That is the same size system as in Canada.
okay.
You're talking about the one that is labeled the Hopsville project, but really is between Bosley and Sugar Run.
It's labeled Hazlet for us.
It's Hazlet over close to Willington Road and Black Mingle.
Like legal, that was number one.
Okay. Also, you talk about that they can be, all these materials you can dispose of, but aren't there very few places that will take some of this material, that you have to ship it a long ways? The panels, where are you going to recycle it? Or where are you going to?
Depends on when you remove, if you ever had to remove the system, what would you do with the panels? You could use them anywhere. You could use them on a rooftop. You could reuse them on another parcel next door. They're not worthless. They're still producing at, depending on how far you're into it, at a high percentage of their original production. What's not so usable, probably, you're selling the wire for scrap. You might be selling the posts for scrap. But the panels themselves, you reuse them. You're not doing anything to them. You hook them up and they're just degrading a little bit every year. You don't dispose of the panels. There would be no reason to do that. You just reuse them.
So you recycle those?
Into another project.
Any additional questions?
So if you're building a $200 million project and you're going to use recycled plastic ones?
No, I'm saying if for some reason you shut down your project and you still have a viable equipment there that's producing electricity, but for some reason you need to get moving, you just move it to another site. Now, are panels going to get more efficient? Sure. Are they going to get cheaper? Sure. But you've already paid for them. They only degrade 0.5% a year. I mean, it's just, even if you're 20 years into it, you're still at 90% of the original. It just makes no sense to throw them away. You don't do anything to them. Rain cleans them. They just sit there. I mean, they're basically sand, glass, and metal frame. There's not a lot to a panel.
Okay. Any additional questions for this gentleman? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next person who would like to speak? Is anyone else who would like to speak? Please state your name.
I'm Brian York. I live in Sunbury. I want to thank the board for allowing us to speak today on this. I didn't write a full paper, I just made some notes on a few things. I think we did a great job coming up with some of the ordinances, the new ordinances from what we have to now, and appreciate all the thought that they put into it. I have a couple of small concerns. Under general regulations, I just wanted to suggest maybe adding, if lighting is used for construction or operation of the solar farm, that it should be cast down rather than out.
Excuse me, where?
I just added, it's not in there, I was just thinking under general regulations.
In addition to what's already
In addition to what's already up there, if that's okay to ask or to make mention of. And the reason for that is that the one in New Lane that you had mentioned earlier, they had portable lights and they shine them in the parking lot from their solar farm, which was shining right in the highway. And so every day when I was going to work, it was a bright light. And even the one that has been referenced now on 17 and Fort Monday Road, they have multiple pole lights that shine back towards the highway as well, and it's very bright on dark mornings driving on the highway. That can be redirected down rather than out and wasteful. Just a thought, if you would think that thought.
for prevention of driving hazard?
Yeah, it's just a nuisance for driving, and just another thought about all that is. I do think that the bond would have been a fair thing. It was mentioned and talked about, and I hadn't thought much about that, but it's, like you said, that it was going to be an industrial power plant, and I'm not sure that the ordinances that we had thought about and talked about here kind of put an industrial power plant in thought. I think from what we've seen already in the county, it's 5 megawatts, 30 megawatts, something like that on a small scale. And what they're talking about now is 2,000 acres, over 1,000 acres. I think that almost falls into a whole other jurisdiction of ordinances here, and that doesn't really seem fair to the rest of the county and the citizens to have an industrial power plant in the middle of Gates County for everybody to look at. And also under F, lot size and setbacks. I've been doing a lot of research like y'all also, and I know y'all had multiple speakers come in here and give you information. On number 2, under F, a minimum setback distance of 100 feet from all property boundaries shall be required on the solar collector in any zoning district. I would like to entertain the notion to change that 100 to a much larger distance, and to also add from the exterior of the fencing. And I don't know if the plan, I hadn't been to the planning board, I don't know if they talked about that, what discussion they had about that, but I did see that in some other ordinances. And what makes me think about that is the one that we've allowed on 158 and Sugar Run Road. That fence is on the ditch. It's aggravating. The people that live next door to that, when they open their door and their kids play outside, they see a sign that says high voltage danger. And there's no need for that. There's no need for us to have to deal with something that close that just doesn't look good. And that's one of the things that we talked about in this county before too, is the visual appearance for the county. What makes other people want to live here. And you know, we're not an industrial county. Our main thing is farming and forestry. And if you take that away, then why should anybody want to come to Gates County? You know, Mill Pond is what our tourism is, and driving to that, you're going to see industrial power plants. So I think the setback should be changed. And I know Dr. Erickman that you heard from, he mentioned 500 to 1,000 feet. They have one they've already put up that's behind John Deere Place. That's way back there. I don't know how far that is, 2,000 feet, 2,500 feet. That's great. You can't see that. That gives enough room for the farmers to still be able to farm around it. A 100-foot setback, we've got farmers in this county with spray booms that are larger than 100 foot. If you set it back further than that, possibly they can still farm around it. That would help out with some of the vegetation and buffer and keep you from having to really see it. Maybe still be able to help out some of the farmers that lost some of that land. Also, in some research, I noticed that some other counties had in their fencing, like maybe this might go under screening, that also the fencing should be of an earth tone color. Right now, you look at all of them, and all you see is a steel galvanized fence. Silver shines. Every time the sun hits it, it shines against you. You can get fencing in multiple colors, tan, green, something like that would help out with the buffering of it, help out with some of the screening. I think it was mentioned about the screening and putting trees and using vegetation, that the trees have to be 15 feet and they're going to touch together. I think that's the whole purpose of having the screen and the buffer, is to be able to block the view of it. If the trees touch, and that's fine, that's great, that's what you're trying to do. And if you're worried about whether or not that says, you know, in the NEC code that you cannot have anything, well, I guess you can still have it stuck in front of the sign, and worry about your signage on there being high voltage and danger. You can move the trees away from the fence. It didn't say the trees have to be right up against the fence. You can put the buffer zone 30 feet out from the fence, and you still have plenty of room to be able to walk between the trees and the fence. But the purpose of it is to screen it, to make the visual looks of the county still look like what they look like now. What they look like now is farmland and forestry, and that's what we're trying to maintain. Also, when you looking under the decommission, under C, when it talks about the removal of solar collectors, and it says down to 36 inches, I don't know the discussion on that. I don't know what would be the reason for adding 36 inches in there. If it was my land, I want it all gone. I would say remove the 36, and if they put it down there, they can take it back up. I mean, there may be some other issues with the 36. I just something I thought about. I don't understand why you would want to leave anything. And I've seen the one in Newland, when they built that, there was 2 tractor-trailer loads of conduit that showed up on there. You know, I'm an electrician. I know something about wiring and conduit and stuff, and they use conduit to build that thing. Now, it might not be in between every single panel, but it's in the ground. It's got to come out. And then the easy thing for them, they could drop it to 40 inches and never have to worry about it again. Put it down there, didn't cover the cost. That just changes your cost of decommission. That would be an easy fix on that. So I'm just suggesting maybe the 36 inches may not need to be in there. And also, one for Clemens, they've got one that's way off the road. They've got some small trees around it. Cement trucks roll in and out of there every single day. Those pilings were cemented in the ground. I know this company, they power drive them in there, but I mean, there's some other companies. You know, this is one company that's talked to you today, but there's like over 90 companies in North Carolina that are putting in solar farms. So just think about the citizens and the other companies that may be doing stuff different than what they described to you today. I want to thank them for the board and thinking about some of these things. And remember, you're doing this for the citizens of the county, not just for some company that comes in here that's not around here. I mean, yes, I agree that allowing businesses to come in here, you know, to open that up to the county, I mean, that's great, allow the businesses to come in there. But industrial power plants and farmland, I mean, that's what this county is about, is farming and forestry. That's all we have. The only other thing that I was thinking about that maybe should be in there, I don't know where it would go at, and if the planning board had ever even talked about it, was I'm thinking about the one that's on 158 and Sugar Run Road. Right behind where that farm was built, that solar farm was built, there's a swamp. That swamp goes right directly to Lassiter Swamp, which drains directly to Merchant's Mill Pond. It's been mentioned that this stuff has carried hazardous materials in them. If they carry hazardous materials in there, and we get these rains like we've been having this year, 3-4 inches at a time, that swamp, it would take a couple of hours, and anything that bleached out of those solar panels would be right to Merchant's Mill Pond. I mean, hours. It would take no time at all. I've been in that swamp, I've hunted in that swamp, I've canoed in that swamp. It takes no time at all to get to Merchant's Mill Pond. Almost everything in the county drains to Merchant's Mill Pond. That's like our lifeline for this county. That's our tourism. I think that there really should be some thoughtful consideration about some kind of hazard if that happens. I don't know what that might all be, but maybe a setback further from wetlands, or maybe a setback further from any tributaries that may lead to the mill pond. I'm just concerned about 30 years from now, if some of these things are new. Some of these panels, they're being invented all the time, and all new ones. These ain't the same panels they used to 50 years ago. These things have been invented recently. If there is, for some reason, problems, and even just tearing up the lane and causing problems that way, it doesn't take very long for it to get to the mill pond. And that's what we need to preserve that. And if we don't worry about the rest of the stuff, the mill pond is our lifeline. We really need to look after that. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Brian?
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Gerald Waters. I represent Waters Construction. I do work for Sun Energy One. And I know y'all are concerned about the decommissioning of these projects, but Duke Energy and Dominion Power was very involved. I don't think Dominion Power and Duke Energy is going anywhere. I feel like it's something that will enhance your county, because if you have electricity, roads, water, other industries are going to come. Gates County is just like Burke King and Hertford County. We don't have a lot of industry in the county. This is a good tax base for your county to help you out, to build schools, and other things that you need in the county to help you grow. I know that Gates County is a farming and forestry area, just like Berkeley County and Hertford County and Martin County. But we've got to think about the future of our county and getting some industry in here and creating jobs. You know, now farming is not like it used to be. Men 10, 300 acres to make a living there. The farmers now 10, 3,500 acres to make a living. Our forestry, Ashton Lewis is down the road here, which Greenwood just bought it out. I do a lot of work for them, and I see their industry growing. I just like to see Gates County grow. I think you consider this project. I think Duke Power and Sun Energy will do all they can to protect this county and do a good job for it.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Will you state your name, please?
My name is Carol Ward, I reside in Sunbury. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Just a couple of concerns. The 25% bond, he said it may be exorbitant. However, Mr. Felix, a while ago you said something about having a little skin in the game when you were talking about having people on the planning board to vote. They actually have a little skin in the game when they make a vote. Same thing would apply here. You leave the 25% bond in place, now they have a little skin in the game. You follow what I'm saying? They have a vetted interest in making sure that the project goes forward and it stays in a manner that it's going to be upkept and keep producing energy. The 100-foot setback, I'd like to see that increased, just due to the amount of soil disruption that I've seen on the one at 158. There's a lot of soil disruption, which is going to increase runoff. I would like to see that increase incrementally based on the size of the project. And that you could also consult with Department of Water Quality, Army Corps of Engineers, and the Extension Office. And if the project is deemed large enough to have retention ponds put to retain some of that runoff, because I know that they're going to use biphosphates to control the weeds in these particular projects, and we want to make sure they're applying that at an appropriate rate so that the water can be checked. Make sure that that's not getting into our swamps and getting into the mill pond and damaging the environment and our quality of life here. I know that they did mention about decommissioning and how much money it's worth, but that's at today's prices. I think they would agree that copper is at an all-time high over the last 4 or 5 years. There's nothing to say that it's not going to drop to half what it is or a third of what it is today. So that's a fluid, that's not a static price. That thing is ever changing. It's a fluid number. It changes day to day, month to month, year to year. Trending, it has trended upwards. However, everything that trends up is going to eventually trend downward. So the cost of decommissioning is going to stay relatively the same as far as the labor and the amount of money it's going to take to get it out of the ground. But the amount of money that you'll get for what you're pulling out is going to change. That's why I'm in favor of leaving the 25% bond, because if you leave that, they do have some skin in the game, and they're going to make sure that it remains profitable. Commissioner Owens, you did speak about a $30 million tax in Edgecombe County. Do we know how many acres that was?
I do not.
Okay, one of the doctors who spoke said that we get about $150 per acre for the solar farm. That's what our tax revenue is. That's 300 or 200,000 acres to get $30 million. That's just to give you a rough idea of how many acres it's going to take for you to get that $30 million.
That's not correct. It's 800 acres.
And it's a $30 million tax increase for the county?
No, we just said tax base.
Tax base.
But it's not a $30 million increase in taxes for the county.
Tax base is for
Right, but you're only paying 20% of that.
No, that's the tax base. It's 20% of 200.
So it's 20%, so it would be $40 million.
Of 200 million at the tax rate of the county. $40 million,
Sure.
800 acres.
Which is about $150 per acre.
No, it's not.
That's what the doctor that presented to us the day he came here, that's how much our tax rate increased.
You included equipment as well.
Yes.
All the equipment.
$40 million, 800 acres. I'm actually, myself, I'm making some notes here and things that I know that these people and those people out there want to hear is clarification on those things, like retention ponds and all that. I'm going to call them up and ask them about that.
Okay.
So thank you.
And there's an 80% federal tax break on for solar farms, is that correct?
No.
So we can only charge 20% of tax?
That's the state. Yeah, we can only charge 20% on the equipment.
Can I get a tax break like that for my house? I'm just asking, I mean, would they be here?
This is state, this is not.
I understand it, but would they be here? Would they even be in the state of North Carolina if they had to pay, just like you and I pay on our cars on our homes? No, because it's not profitable. it's less profitable now. They're pushing less now to make more solar farms because they are less profitable, because the tax incentives are not there as much. As he spoke, he was with Duke Energy Renewables, a division of Duke Energy, not Duke Energy itself. So anytime they can wash their hands of it and say, we're done. Then Gates County and the citizens are left hold the perpetual bag of whatever it is. They say it's worth decommissioning. They can't show you one. I can show you pictures of ones that we saw overseas that have been decommissioned, and all it was this hole sticking out of it. So no, they can't show us one here. Property values. There's been no positive study on what happens to a property value, but I can rest assured that house that sits in the corner of Sugar Run Road 158, he won't get for it today what he would have gotten 10 years ago. Because it's sitting in front of the solar farm. The fence is in the backyard, as Brian so stated. And as he stated, of the construction guy, we do need a future of Gates County, and it's up to us to make sure that we provide for everybody else. You do know in the next 50 years we're going to have to increase the amount of food we produce by twice. We can't do that if it's coming from solar farm. That's just something we can't feed the people. Thank you for your time, Mr. Rush.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I would agree.
Ms. Hobbs?
I wasn't going to speak, but. Again, Phyllis Hobbs on the planning board. I wasn't going to speak, but then I heard everybody else, and I just wanted to add a few things. First of all, I think we had the planning board members worked on this ordinance for, y'all let us have 180 days. We could have used more time. We did the best that we could with the time that we had. We had people come in to speak, pro and con. We talked to numerous county citizens. We've talked to people that have got solar farms. I've talked to other counties that have solar farms. We've all done our own research as much as we can. One thing that I will say is in that time frame, our meetings are advertised on the county website. Any of y'all could have come to one of our planning board meetings at any time. You had 6 months and you never showed up. And you want to come in here at the last minute and tear apart what I think we have worked very hard on. We're here on the planning board. I'm representing the citizens of this county, not Sun Energy. That's how I feel about it. You had time. First of all, I think the decommissioning needs to stay. I think Mr. Yore and Mr. Ward made some good points as far as the citizens of this county go. We don't know what's going to happen 30 years down the road or 50 years down the road. We need to make sure that this county and the people that live here and want to stay here are protected. We don't need one corporation or two corporations or companies, I don't think, coming into this county trying to tell us how to do our county business and how to operate. You know, we're going to get some things right, we're going to get some things wrong. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else?
Good afternoon, I believe. My name is Erin Ewart of Sunbury. Here as a citizen speaking to you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I want to thank the board for what they have put together. They have come a long way from what we started with, and thank y'all for the moratorium, the time that you gave them to work on it. I know the board members have iterated they could have used more, so I appreciate what they did. And I know I did attend a few meetings myself. I apologize I could not have been at more, so a few of my comments may step on toes on both sides, but I appreciate the efforts all around.
I would appreciate what you did.
Thank you. Like I said, speaking as a citizen of Sunbury today, just going through and looking at what the proposed ordinance is under, and I know Ms. Baptiste is not here, so perhaps the commissioners or the planning board could clarify. I just want to make sure with the wording that everything's clear, and when we talk about all the requirements under D, the special use application requirements on the second page, I just want to make sure that all these are also required. I don't even know if we have industrial zoning in this county, but I know it's allowed as a use by right. So if we do, I want to make sure it's clear that all these items are required, not just for a special use application, but also for someone applying to get in the industrial zones. And I think that is covered when you get down to technical review, because I think everybody has to go to technical review. And so they will have to submit all these items for their application as well. That's just something that I think is important. I think it's in there, but I just wanted to bring that to the forefront in case I'm misreading it. Going forward, another item I think would be very important to include in their packets and their applications is the full copy of their applications to utilities from County Utilities Commission with supplemental documentation and comments. It seems with a couple of the larger projects, the Hazlet that they mentioned in Hobsville, that process began before the project was presented to the county, so I know they could bring that forward when they come looking for their special use application or so forth. There are a lot of good comments in there that our boards would never see. I've spoke with Board of Adjustment members and so forth, and they said that they don't necessarily look at that if they've got the Utilities Commission permit and move forward. Seems the Utilities Commission is just sort of moving papers through, and they have their laws to uphold, but comments from Army Corps, from DENR, from Wildlife Commission, if you went back and reviewed those from previous projects that have been proposed in the county and ones that apparently are upcoming, there are some significant concerns, and yet they got that Utilities Commission permit. So just having that permit, I think it would be important for the technical review committee, et cetera, to have a copy of that application to be able to review those documents. In looking at the setbacks, the 100 foot from property boundary lines to solar collectors. And solar collectors were defined as, in layman's terms, essentially solar panels. I would suggest that the fence be the setback measurement point from the property line to the fence or the road to the fence or what have you. And I say that because even though there is a statement in here about having a fence, I believe that's part of the North Carolina Electrical Code, and I believe Sun Energy representatives stated that as well. So to me, if that fence is part of that code, just like when you build your house and you have to meet certain codes, you're meeting those, that's part of your house and that project. This fence is part of this project. To me, it's part of the solar farm. It wouldn't be there if the solar farm was not there. So I suggest that 100-foot setback be to the fence and not to the solar collector. Moving forward, under screening, I know it's hard to cover everything about plants, and every species is different. One thing, it's a little vague when it talks about if they don't plant a screen, if they leave natural forest vegetation. I think you can look at, and I think it's been referenced, some of Pastor Tank's ordinances, it could be strengthened just a little bit. I think it's here between the lines, but just to be totally clear, you could strengthen that a little bit. If they're leaving that natural forest vegetation, they'd be a little more clear about, coverage and it being an effective screen. You think about now if they go into the Hazlet site or if they go into the Bosley site, it's pine timber. At a young stage, that would be an effective screen. 20 years down the road, I'll be looking right through the trees. If they leave a single tree line, we could perhaps strengthen it, like I say, adding some verbiage that it is an effective screen or a certain depth, if it's natural forest vegetation, a certain depth of that. And then I'll add also under screening, under 2B, where it gets into at maturity. It was mentioned Leyland cypress and 15 feet. The proposed text amendment says shall be no less than 15 feet. So it would be fine if it's more than 15 feet. That does not take you out of compliance with the ordinances. I would add no less than 15 feet. I would add there and touching, such that if they did not purchase Leyland cypress, if they chose another species, there are a few tree and shrub screening, common screening plants that would never get 10 foot wide. So they would not touch, so you would not have an effective screen. So I think that's one of the most important things, is just to add there and touching behind the 15 feet. Moving on, there were several comments about abandonment, decommissioning, and a note was made that nothing has been abandoned in North Carolina or North America. I'd be interested to know how old these farms are. This is a major trend going forward now. I don't know how many we have that are very old that would have gotten to that point. And then if nothing has ever been abandoned, if this is federal and state law, good, we don't have to worry about it. But if we put this in our ordinances, because you never know what can happen and what can change going forward, then we are protected if it is abandoned. And if it's not, it doesn't affect the developers whatsoever. So I think that's a fair call there. I appreciate that being in there. Going forward, I think in board discussions they mentioned early on setting tiers of sizes. and having different regulations for sizes. I don't see that here. I am still concerned about that with these 1,500 and 2,000 acre projects and with the wetlands that we have in the county, and with the fact that this company's sitting here. There's been some discretion over destruction of wetlands at established sites in the county. Going forward, I think we could, they might consult more, the board could consult more with Soil and Water, with our department here about possibly a bioretention pond, or at least a sediment and erosion control plan. We've been very wet since last summer. You've been driving by sites in other counties that are under construction and just seeing the mess that they're working in. And just to protect our natural wetlands, Merchants Mill Pond, Elizabeth Swamp, so forth, it would be good to have a little bit stronger things in place, I think, for these larger projects. And lastly, just to hit on a couple of things that I've heard said today, like I said, as far as abandonment, if abandonment is not allowed, then having it in there doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't put any stronger restrictions on you guys. It's just there just in case to cover our butts. Obviously, this is a lengthy process. We don't want to have to go through it again in a few months to revise these ordinances. And if abandonment and decommissioning aren't issues and these panels are great forever, why are we at 15-year contracts? Just interesting that you guys are turning it over to the landowners at 15, 20 years. I know there's a possibility for renewal, but why not just go ahead and stretch it out to 30 if they're good for that long? And in terms of the bond, I think that's good. It's another thing that protects us, that we're not just having, fly-by-night developers and so forth. Obviously, the company represented here is quite large. They mentioned the $50,000 amount from one of the other county, but Catawba County or Custer County ordinance, I'm not sure. $50,000 is a penny in the bucket for these guys. That'd be pointless to even put in there. You wouldn't, why put a bond in there if you're asking for $50,000? It doesn't touch them a bit with the kind of financing that they have. And investors. I have heard from solar farm experts and wind farm developers that the cost to replace panels and so forth is not worth it, that there's more incentives to just build a new one somewhere else. So I think these decommissioning, bond, abandonment, all these ordinances are important to have in there, and I appreciate that they are in there. And as far as y'all are talking about the tax credits and stuff, and I had brought this to your attention before, but we're not just looking at, there was a tax incentive that ended for North Carolina at the end of November, but as you have mentioned, there's still a 80% property tax abatement, there's 30% federal investment tax credit, and a federal accelerated depreciation tax credit. So I believe Mr. Owens asked about, are they still going to be here after these things are gone? And I don't think the man from Duke Energy directly answered your question. I think he said they could not be done without it. He didn't say that they would be done without it, but they're not done on that alone. But that's not the only, there are several things where they're getting incentives here and there, and big companies investing. If you want to talk about tax base, I wish I could have found my notes, but I spoke with a local chicken house owner from Gates County. You guys know that those have been expanding in the county as well, as part of our agricultural base. And I crunched some numbers for me real quick, and I wish I had them to present to you, but I don't. You would raise your eyebrows at the amount of tax that he's paying without these tax credits and incentives and so forth over the lifespan of, an example, a solar farm. You would raise your eyebrows at the amount that he's going to pay compared to what they're paying. So, I thank you for the chance to speak today, and I thank the board for the work that they have done. I apologize for stepping on toes, like I say, both sides of the fence, but I hope that you will, continue to move forward as you have in the best interest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? I think the speakers have brought up a lot of good points for consideration for us, and I think when we started this process, we were thinking of the projects like the one at Mrs. Beasley's at 25 acres. We did not, and the ones that had presently been built, the one at Hill Farms and the one on 158 at Sugar Run, which are very smaller numbers of acres. And now we're hearing about 1,000 to 2,000 acres of farms. And I know that one of the things that we have received is a template for solar energy development ordinances from the state of North Carolina. And in those, they do make distinctions between the levels of the tiers of solar farms. And I understand why we didn't think doing that, because we were thinking of the smaller ones. I do think that that's something that we should consider, the making of like the tiers, because there is a difference, a vast difference in those. Certainly a lot of good points were brought up, and I wish we need time to really analyze some of this and go back and crunch some numbers. You know, everybody has a way of presenting statistics that are in their favor. You know, when you get down to the hard facts, it's not quite as rosy as some people have had pictured it. Okay.
Okay, I move that we come out of closed session.
Okay.
Public hearing, I'm sorry.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made and properly second. All those in favor of coming out of public hearing, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, well, I have a public hearing.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
They will find it, but
Okay, we will take a 5-minute break. You need to take a longer break than that. Okay, we're going to be coming back to business. We have come out of our public hearing for the solar farm ordinance. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chairman, seeing the obvious changes that promptly need to be made based on a discussion that seemed to me to be many to be rational and reasonable, I think that we should ask if the solar energy representatives, if they could provide someone to meet with our planning board and discuss these issues and see if they can come to some kind of consensus and bring that back to us for consideration. At this point in time, to try to refashion or amend or what's been given to us, you know, we cannot do that during this session. I don't see where we can do it. And my recommendation, and if necessary, the motion would be to request representatives from the solar energy, the community, and our planning board to meet and give them until the next commission's meeting for the next 30 days and come back and bring it to us for approval. And I'm not sure if 30 days would be the amount of time because they would have to have probably several meetings, maybe one or two, and make the changes and get it back to us. So I would say within 60 days. What my recommendation would be. And some consideration of that, I would make that a motion.
Okay, hearing no second to that motion, but if this does not move forward, do I have another motion?
I'll make a motion that we have a special meeting on the 19th of May for the purpose of extending this moratorium until we get all these questions taken care of.
Okay, I think we would have to have a time. We have to advertise for a moratorium, but we have to give a number of days for them to continue a moratorium.
Won't that date give us the necessary time?
I mean, no. I mean, how long do you want? We're going to have a public hearing for a moratorium, the advertisement has to state how many days you want the moratorium to last. So your motion is that to have continue the moratorium, advertise to continue the moratorium for 90 days as we consider the issues that have been brought up today. Okay, and we do have enough time to advertise and have a meeting on May 19th. Okay, Commissioner Felton has made that motion. Do I have a second to that one?
Second. And in addition, would it be a good idea to ask if each one, such as Solar One and the other things we've heard, suggestions along with this Section 7.02, that they submit those, any other questions that they have as pertaining to this, to us in writing?
Okay, and I think it might be that we maybe want to submit questions to different people for them to answer back. I mean, it works both ways. Or that the planning board would probably seek information or questions and answers from a variety of groups, being the solar energy people here today maybe, from, once again, from NC State, from the Solar Commission, you know, whatever. Answering questions, ask questions, get responses, written responses back. Maybe that would be.
It's not,
But let's not get that all involved in
Right,
that, the moratorium. The issue, moratorium to extend the moratorium 90 days. You second that?
public hearing.
Public hearing for May 19th to extend the moratorium for 90 days. What time do we meet that day?
Our meetings are at 10 and 11, so probably at least 2 before we get back over here.
Okay, because we have PGC and G. Okay, how about 4 o'clock?
What would be, is this a regular meeting?
No, it's Requirements County, the waste, trash and solid waste.
This is on a Thursday, May 19th. There's not a, that's why it's a special meeting. But the landfill committee meet that morning.
Commissioner Felton and I on that one.
May 19th.
Thursday, 4 o'clock.
That's just going to be to address the extension of moratorium.
Correct.
Correct.
I can take that.
Okay, so any additional comments or questions?
Well, I still, you know, obviously we have to do what Commissioner Feldman said, we have to extend it. I still feel that we need to give an invitation to those who have brought up these points that are reasonable and rational. They need to be a part of this. We don't just need to send this back to the planning board and say, okay, we've had these comments, now let's deal with it. I think they need to work together as a group, committee, if you will, and see what they come up with, and bring that back, and let it be a formal invitation, not just a, you know, they're going to get together and you find out when the meeting is and be there. I think we need to invite them to be a part of that.
Okay, can we do that in a separate motion or instructions to the,
I would vote on.
let's vote on the moratorium and then we can instruct what we would like to see. And your points are very valid. It's because we need to make sure we get the answers to the questions that have been raised today. So we'll call for the vote on to have a special meeting May 19th to extend the moratorium for 90 days.
4 o'clock.
At 4 o'clock. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. 9-4, to address your concerns, Commissioner Jordan, and I think all of our concerns that we want answers to questions that have been raised.
Well, I chatted during the break, I chatted with Ms. Thompson, Chairman, that I had about five or six questions. If there's 2 or 3 questions down there or whatever, I commented that I would really like for those parties to address them today, but there's going to be too many. And I apologize for the people who are here who put the questions on our desk for us to ask. But we want to do that just in the little conversation we had, gentlemen. We want to put those questions on paper so that our planning board can digest them and so that we can send those to the solar company, give them the opportunity to answer the questions and steer us where the answers to the questions came from, so they can put some of these things to rest once and for all. And I think that's the best scenario. Everybody has time to think through their response and give good concrete answers that we can, because our people, what we're hearing from the public is when they hear an answer, they want to research the answer. And I think that's their right to do that. And this is a 30-year project and beyond all of these scenarios. Let's get everything right from the get-go. And again, I have no less than 5 questions myself. So I think that's what we'll do. So if Madam Chairman, I would like to make this recommendation that we formulate our questions individually, send those to the county manager, have the county manager work with the planning board so that everybody gets a copy of the questions. All the parties interested get a copy of the question, get an opportunity to respond, and an invitation between us and the planning board to the solar company to come and be a part and participant in coming up with solutions. To keep it as simple as I can. That's what I'd like to see happen.
And I agree. I got down on that list, and I'm sure our county manager and our clerk has got all the issues that came up. However, I at least jotted down 2 that were recommendations from Solar Farm, and then I got lost in all of our others, then making recommendations along with what we have. So I too, Jack, and Commissioner Owens.
Okay, so do you want to make that in a formal motion or a directive?
For the sake of discussion, let's see if I understand can condense and clarify what I'm hearing that I'm going to be voting on. Is the fact that what has been discussed, the main issues or the main points, we would like for the solar industry to document those main points or differences in their desire for the ordinance, as well as questions that have been brought up and concerned, have those documented and present them, as well as an invitation for the various parties to be a part of the meetings that are going to be held to try to iron out these differences and changes that we want to see made. Okay. That's what we're voting on. Yes.
Okay, we had, did you?
There was a recommendation. I make my recommendation as a motion.
Okay, you make the recommendation as a motion that we come up with a list of questions to present to the parties involved, the interested parties involved.
It's not we. Yeah, we're
going to generate questions, but everybody can generate questions.
We're deciding body.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, there may be some questions that we're just going to have to make a decision on. You know, do we want industrial size solar farms in the county? That's a decision. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, whether we do or don't. We may not resolve that. But you know, once the documentation is there of what the issues are, whether they are questions or whether they are desired changes, that's what would be presented, and that's what would be discussed during the meeting, to see if we can come to a happy medium.
Okay, that's the motion from Jack, from Commissioner Owens. Do I have a second from Commissioner
Second motion.
Freeman? Okay, any additional questions?
Would you like for this to take place during the planning board meeting? Or at a separate time?
Well, I think it could start with the planning board meeting.
Okay, well, that will not be until June. The May agenda's already been set, and they have some items on there that need to be discussed, that could be brought
Well,
to
then,
you.
then you have a special meeting,
Sure.
that they would need to have a special meeting, but they can call a special meeting. That's not, we don't have to do that. But I would suggest that Ms. Baptiste and the planning board would meet and to get started.
And make sure they notify the parties that are involved and that are interested.
There'll be all solar companies that can receive a list of from,
Ms. Baptiste?
no, from the state. I'll call Chris Ayers, who's the executive director, and talk with him and get a list.
Okay. Okay, motion is been made and properly second. Any other discussion that we, okay? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Well, I have public hearings.
You still have to resolve the Grimes issue.
Okay.
The minutes are available. If I may make a recommendation, to take a 15-minute recess or so we can read those and then reconvene. Actually 20 minutes at 1:45.
Okay, to do, I forgot the Grimes situation that we need to do.
That'll give you time to read the minutes.
Okay.
And take care of any other business.
Okay. So we'll take a short break.
Recess.
Okay, we are all back on county four. Okay, the issue before us is the Grimes rezoning request for parcel 10-03206. We did have a chance to very quickly read over what the planning board had said. Okay. Do I hear a motion? We finished public hearing.
Billy, you saw what Ms. Baptiste, what she said about spot zoning?
Yeah, I read what you said on that.
Well,
I don't exactly agree with it, I read it.
I was on the planning board for 8 years, and there is spot zoning. I read that too.
I guess the second paragraph on page 2, where it says, Mr. Jones inquired which one of the lots was the subject of the rezoning and requested verification of total acreage. Ms. Grimes stated that the lot with the store was subject of the application and that the store was on 1/3 of an acre of land, and the house lot is 3/4 of an acre. Ms. Grimes further stated that the state appropriated part of both lots as road right-of-way, but both parcels were bought as less than an acre of land. And it appears that some of that property is the right-of-way. It appears to be. And this is a unique situation where if it is part of right-of-way,
next paragraph.
Page 5. Ms. Radford will make a comment.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You keep coming back to the right of way. The property is already fenced off. Their right of way is on the street side of the fence. I don't know if you guys have the map where it shows the picture of the store and stuff. The right of way is on the outside of the fence. My fence line now is inside the fence is mine, and outside, of course, is theirs. Even though I have to maintain it, which is fine. The only thing I'm asking you the only reason I have to ask you to rezone that is because I want to add inventory to the inside of the store. Nothing else is changing outside, other than I will put in the 2 parking places required, right behind the store. And I have plenty of parking, and you can tell I had a U-Haul dealership down there, so I have plenty of parking. But I will be adding the 2 required parking spaces.
Who's requiring you to do the parking space?
Ms. Baptiste told me that would be in, that it would be part of the thing. If it goes back to commercial, I have to provide a handicap space and 1 regular parking space for the side of the building.
So if FFL didn't have any say so?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. The only thing the FFL said, the only thing ATF said was that the reason I had to go through all of this was they needed the letter from the county, from the zoning board, saying that I was within zoning requirements. And when we checked, that's when it come up that was agricultural property, even though when I bought it back in 2013, my deed says it's commercial that I have at the house. So.
But who wrote your deed?
It came from this tax department, or the deed department, so I don't know. But I bought the house, and then I bought the store separate. That's why I have 2 deeds.
How long ago did you say that was?
2013.
So you've owned both properties
Since 2013, February 2013.
And your deed from the tax department says commercial, that is zone commercial?
From back
What is
here,
your
from
registered deed?
whatever this is back here. But that's the only reason we had to go through this, is because we need to make sure.
All of this information was in the pack that Jennifer had, that's in her office. I can go, because I'm pretty sure he has a copy of the deed.
Does it say commercial?
That certain parcel of land situated in the whole township of Gates County, North Carolina, particularly described as following, being the lot on the land on which the store formerly known as Ralph S. Trixie Long and L. Long store was situated, and is described as lying on the northwestward of abutting Highway 13 north of the Chowan River, found on the west by Powell Lane, north and east by Patrick Joseph Carroll, site by Highway 13 containing 0.3 acres. Lot value 75 by 75, save and accept the portion of the above described property road front in the deed from the highway right of way Department of Transportation until Chris reported.
If the word commercial was
What
on
day
there,
is that? What day?
it would just be a description.
29th day of January 2013.
2013. But she bought it on the 5th.
I bought it in February, yes.
Of 2013.
13.
Okay.
Yeah, it should have been, because I started purchasing it August of 2012, and it took until February of 2013 to get everything processed through. That was one of the reasons that I bought the property, was the fact that that was already a store. Because I was at Corner High in 13. I used to have a U-Haul dealership up there, and the highway come through and took all of that. So therefore, I had to find another location, and I wanted to stay in Gates County.
Was that the building there at the corner
On Highway 13.
And then did y'all move to a house on the opposite side? of the
I
road?
had a house across, catty corner across the street, the little white house is still over there, because, I bought that for my mom and dad, and then my stepdad stayed there after my mom passed away, and when the road took the store, I went ahead and started looking for another place that I could have the store. I knew I'd have to downsize, because there wasn't a whole lot of choices in Gates County. But then I found that place, it was already a store. I called the county, in fact, I talked to him, told him I was gonna move my store, that was fine. And that's what I've done. When I purchased it, I went ahead and moved everything down there. And here we are today.
Okay, it's fine to be a store and be non-conforming. The problem is now that you sell the guns, the alcohol and tobacco and firearms, it's requiring that the zoning, they will not accept that it's just a non-conforming piece of property.
Because it's AG, agriculture.
Agriculture, exactly. They said it would have, they said the zoning board would have to give a letter stating that it was okay to have guns out there. And when I went to the planning, over here to planning board, Mr. Baptiste, she looked it up and everything, and guns was not, guns is under C1, not under A1. And she said that I would have to petition the board to have it changed to C1. So that's why we're here.
What is the zoning requirement to sell alcohol and beverages?
I can't pull that up, do you? I don't have internet. Well, wait a minute, I don't think I have it saved. I usually use the electronic version.
Well, you have to get a license to sell
Right.
alcohol from A to C.
My point is that, we may have existing businesses here now that want to apply for alcohol and beverage license, and certainly they're not going to issue unless they're rezoned correctly. Always set a precedent there.
Well, I can, just as an example, if the service station down at Eleanor's Crossroads wanted to have wanted to sell beer, they would have to go before an alcohol board, and then they could.
And the sheriff's office.
And sheriff's office. I don't think the way the property is deeded, registered would come into play there, because they could probably have on premises privileges, drinking beer there, without, I don't think it would have anything to do. I don't know that rule.
So this is as a result, you've already sent in the application to ATF, and
I
they
did.
subsequently
Denied
asked
it
you.
because of the zoning?
No, they did not deny it. They gave me the opportunity to withdraw it until I came before the board and got either the approval or disapproval, because it also costs sending in an FFL. So they gave me that opportunity, which I went ahead and I withdrew the request and made my application to the commissioners.
If I may, I did have the zoning ordinance saved. I'm not sure if this exactly answers your question directly, but if you are a convenience food store, it is permitted in commercial, industrial, and agricultural, and it's special use in residential mobile home, and residential mobile, or multifamily. And then food stores are only permitted in commercial and agricultural. It does not, no, it does not break that out unless you're considered a bar. And then that is a special use only in commercial. That's the only time bars, cabarets, and discos are broken out.
And then you would have to have a special use for even, it has to be commercial plus special use.
Yes,
Yeah, both.
yes.
Ms. Grimes,
Yes, sir.
One of our dilemmas or issues that you're sitting here trying to deal with, you're selling, you're renting U-Hauls out there. Didn't require you to come before us, okay? So it didn't matter about residential, agricultural, or commercial. Now this requirement to rezone and make it commercial, we have to look at what's called spot zoning, okay? You can't, spot zoning is like sort of like a favoritism thing, sort of, all these houses are here, we're gonna let John Doe put a store of whatever kind right in the middle of it. We've got to protect all those citizens around them when they bought their property, built their homes. They wanted to live in a residential area, not a commercial area. So we're charged with making sure that we are not spot zoning if we approve this for commercial. And that's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, well, you do realize that I have a retail store. It's not just U-Haul rental.
Well, we actually can't take your property in consideration. It's the properties around you.
I know, but I mean.
And see, you're in, you're kind of grandfathered in because when the zoning went in place, it was a store.
Right.
See, even though it was in the, you know, it was already a pre-use, pre-position. See, we have not, so.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Has there been any feedback and negative feedback to having a gun store? Because everybody I've talked to in the county can't wait for them to open.
I have not had any negative feedback.
I haven't had any feedback.
I mean, I think it's a great opportunity for this county, because we don't have greens anymore. We don't have the guy that used to be up on 137. There's nobody that I know of that does guns anymore, other than Brinkley, and he does his online. So, I mean, I'm trying to provide a service that I know is needed in this county. Why should we be sending all our people to Hertford County, Pasco County, wherever, to purchase their weapons and stuff, when you got somebody right here that's willing to do it?
The only, in answer to your question too, from me, is I did hear from one citizen, not negatively about you, but just that they were concerned about the affordability for someone to break in and steal the guns and be gone before anybody could respond.
Well, like I said, there is an alarm system.
And I think ATF requires it.
Oh, yes.
So,
Well, ATF, they have a lot of stringent requirements for that. But like I said, I've got an alarm, I already have an alarm system on my building and had that since I opened it. I had one when I was up on Corner Heights. Even though I didn't have anything that was there that, you know, would perceive something needing to be stolen.
and is it required that you have, of course, internet capability so you can contact the federal government as pertaining to someone that you're selling to?
Yes, sir. In fact, we do like a pre-background check, and then we have to put all that in, and it'll flag right then if you can't purchase a weapon.
We also have a 64 gun safe, a huge gun safe already on the property.
I mean, I've prepared everything that I can in preparation for this, other than doing the 2 little parking places and anything that you all might require. Just trying to be prepared.
It's just kind of difficult for me to conceive rezoning a 3rd acre as commercial. You know, I can see maybe rezoning this area as commercial, but just to take a 75 by 75 foot spot and rezone it commercial. I mean, I agree with you. You know, it's a viable business, it's a legal business, and certainly, you know, we don't want to economic development or progress. But just this one small area, you know, if we were doing a larger area, it would certainly make, it would not look as much like favoritism. It's like, you know, we're doing this only because, so that we can make this provision for this specific situation. And that's my thoughts right now. I mean,
Can I address that?
Certainly.
It is my understanding, and Mr. Teach is one that informed me of this, that piece of property was zoned commercial until y'all did the rezoning, whoever did the rezoning, back in 2006 or 2009.
Earlier than that.
Whenever it was, but it was zoned commercial. So it's not like that third of an acre hasn't been zoned commercial before.
Well, we never had zoning. It was used commercial is what she was probably referring to.
Well, that may be that, but I'm just relating how she explained it to me.
Right, and, you know, we've got a lot of stores in the county that were stores when we went into rezoning the county zone, and many of those were just blanket zone, either residential, agricultural, whatever. I think our first rezoning, I don't know if we had any commercial designated. We might have had downtown Sunbury or downtown Gatesville or something, but it was very little commercial, if any. And, you know, everyone didn't agree with that. But I think, you know, 13 is an area that we do want to develop commercial. I think the planning board should need to look at the area more so than just this one particular.
I know when I was on the planning board, we identified areas for commercial, but it was not the end toward Ahoskie, because that's wetlands and Pecosins and everything else. The part that was going to be commercial was from Tar Heel to the Virginia line, the 13 corridor that way, the northern part, because of the things. Okay, let's see if we can come to some consensus.
Well, and we've read this. We have to decide if it's spot zoning or if it's not. If you're going to change a property to commercial, typically we take a broad area, for example, from where your store is. We go this way, that way, and maybe northeast, south, and west. We change the zoning of that area all at one time. It would be like rezoning an area. Okay. But if we take one particular property and that property itself being a third of an acre, you know, especially when we require a new piece of property to be a minimum of 1 acre, we would definitely be in violation of what the general statutes of North Carolina are, which would be the definition of spot zoning. So we're all sitting here with a difficult decision. We want commerce to come to the county. We want to help our citizens, but we can't violate a general statute or an ordinance of Gates County. So, Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we decline the approval to rezone this particular property as commercial.
Okay, you've heard the motion from Commissioner Owens to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to deny this rezoning. Okay, does anyone have any comments?
I have just one comment, Madam Chairman. That is, I think I heard Ms. Grimes mention something about she had a piece of paper of some sort, and certainly wasn't the deed, as Commissioner Felton has a copy of the deed. It says it was C1. I wonder if she can produce that for us at some stage, or if she has that. tells you that that was commercial property.
I'll double check it when I get home, and if I do, it'll be right back up here to you.
If we had that, you know, if there was a clerical mistake that it had been zoned to C1 and somebody got dropped, see, we could let you continue as C1. So if you have a piece of paper that shows that, a legal document,
With the seal on it, which we make that, this is the seal that makes it legal.
okay, I don't know, this is really a quandary for us. Any other comments or questions? Well, all those in favor of the motion to deny this request for rezoning, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion is denied. And please look and see if you have that piece of paper.
Is there any way to appeal the decision? Or do I just have to bring it back before the board?
Yes.
If you have a different location or if something changes as far as maybe the size of the area or something.
Well, let me ask you this, since you're already here. Since Ms. Baptiste had me take just the store and separate it from the house, would it have made any difference if I had included the entire acreage?
And it's spot, the issue is the spot zoning is the issue.
If you have a paper that says, a legal paper said it was commercially zoned, that will solve the problem.
Okay, because even the planning board told me that they had done that. The zoning board made the comment to me at the meeting that they knew that it had been commercial, that they had made a mistake.
Oh, I kind of disagree with that, because, listen, I went to school with one of the long girls, but, you know, we have not had zoning the entire time, and when zoning was put in place, I'm not sure if that was an active store at that time, or if it was. A lot of them were zoned. Stores were permitted in A1 district, and that was A1.
Yeah, I know, they told me that I could have a store and stuff there.
Yeah, you can still have
Because
a
they
store.
even got the gas tank still there and everything.
Yeah, you can have a store there. The problem is, your problem is that alcohol, tobacco, and firearms have to violate commercial zoning. You can have a store there every day of the week.
Can I get a special use permit for it? Rather than having it rezoned?
Well, you've already got a special use. It's
You have a store in an agricultural setting, so you already have a special use situation.
Yeah.
Well, now, you see, the planning, and you can have a store in A1, so she wouldn't have to have a special use.
Yeah, you're just non-conforming. You don't need anything to continue as you're going.
As the business that I have now.
You can do everything you've been doing, what you did last week, you can still do this week.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, is there anything that I can do to take and satisfy ATS requirement?
Well,
by like special use or
why don't you challenge them?
Say that this is a non-conforming piece of property that has existed commercially in a rural area, and it has been a commercial, it has served a commercial site for years and years.
And we can't change it because it's the only one in the area.
Yeah. I mean, that would be, take it to them and see if they would, because you are non-conforming and have been non-conforming, but that's fine.
You are an acceptable, non-conforming business in that area. And, you meet our zoning requirements. We're not, if you got a permit from them, the county's not going to tell you you can't sell firearms there. You're perfectly legal. It's ATI. They've got this saying that it has to be zoned commercial. Now, it's hard. I can't, you may want to read that a little bit closer. It's hard hard for me to conceive that they would require every business that they license to be in a commercial area.
OMG, that's what Sean Cook told me.
I'd like to see that on there. But, you know, you're zoned correctly to allow you to do what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're perfectly legal, doing what you're doing. Renting e-commerce, having a store.
It's just trying to figure out how to
Satisfy them.
How to set it.
And you might consider talking to Ms. Baptiste. She may be able to draft a letter for you explaining that from the county to the ATF division.
All right. Yeah. That, you know, you are legal, non-conforming.
Okay.
But now, our zoning ordinance does not address selling weapons, right?
I just closed it. Yeah, open it back up.
But you are perfectly legal now to do what you're doing, and so, and you can ask her to draft the letter to try to put, you're not conforming.
Well,
Did she be back what, next week? No, just call me and I can address that with you. Okay. I appreciate it.
And listen, and hopefully that suggestion will help you move your plan forward.
I hope so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for being understanding.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Okay. That finishes our public hearings. I think we'll make a decision that we never have 4 on one day. We've got on to road number 7, old business, EMS, and I see Stormy is here, and I brought my little packet as well.
The reason this was put back on the agenda is because there had been discussion, a question that we never got an answer to, and I sent this to you at the beginning of April. We do not have to put on an RFP, RFQ, or anything for EMS services, and if there isn't a resolution in place by July 1st, an extension of the current contract or a temporary negotiated contract can be used until the funding issue is resolved. And that's according to Norma Houston with the School of Government, who works with purchasing and contracts. I know one of the issues that we need to decide very quickly is the amount of funding that will be allocated since this is budget season. That way, not only do we know how to plan and what to prepare for, whether there needs to be a fee or a tax, but also to help EMS decide how they're going to proceed in the coming months.
Okay, do you have anything any comments you would like to make?
I sent a new contract to continue discussion. I don't know if I guess that was forwarded to you all.
Yes.
Let's just go over the $353,000. Let's kind of break it down. Those dollars are going to be used, and I know you probably give it to us somewhere in here. Those dollars are going to be used exactly. Let's see. You said a new avalanche. 200. Let's see. Let's go down this.
Which page are you on?
Second page.
The maintain service as is.
Well, it says equipment and financial status.
Oh, it does. No. Page 4. I was looking at needed resources. Okay.
All right. So the first thing we're talking about is $36,000. This truck is not paid for and has a balloon payment of approximately $36,000. So we're talking about including that. Is that right?
I'm not seeing the 36 in that, in the needed resources.
I think he was interested in this page.
He's looking at this.
Okay, well, maybe not. Okay, let's go to the needed resources. Okay, all right.
So the needed resources outlines the full $353,175, where the board came up with that number.
To keep the ambulance fleet reliable, $76,800. Okay, an additional $33,900 per year for medical equipment on the ambulances. So we need 6 cardiac monitors right now.
We don't need 6 right now today. What Tom brought to your attention like 10-year-old monitors. They're breaking, and they're aging out of parts to be able to fix them. So we have to, as the board has to say, we're going to, moving forward, start replacing these monitors on some kind of system. Is what he was drawing your attention to. So he allocated some funds in that total funds that they've asked for this year, not to buy 6, to buy 1, if I remember correctly, in the budget that was given to you.
So 33,900 was by 1.
Yes.
Your additional 17,275 per year in finance charges for the equipment above. Additional $200,000 per year for employee benefits and salary increases. Based on 15% pay raises, 25% in benefits, including health insurance. What light could we trim from that?
I cannot have an ambulance at night.
Mr. Jordan, would you mind me asking a question? You know, where the equipment, I understand our fleet is aging, and that certainly we need a policy of replacing and all that. I understand that, and doing them as they, I do have a problem with the 15% pay raise and 25% in benefits. I know our insurance is going up. I understand that. But, you know, when we're looking at our employees here in the county, you know, we would never think about giving them 15% pay raise in a year. And I understand you said that on the average salary for paramedics, we have it listed, we're at the low end, 17, and then Shawan is 21. But Pastor Tank's 18 and Currituck's 19. Do we have to go up 15% to catch it? Just, we could move up, we could do it in increments and not all at one time. I mean, to my way of thinking, I just can't sit here and say they 15% pay increase when we can't do that for us.
Yeah, that's quite a jump. I understand, you know, that might put us in a better position of retaining employees, but the challenge is to give $353,000 right now. We're going to have to increase our tax rate from 64 cents to 67.82%, approximately 4 cents. Now we can do that with that. We don't have to put it on a referendum. General statute allows us to increase the taxes to cover that expense. Or we could put it on our water bill. But we've already got $15. I got a copy of my water bill here. We've got $15 now for landfill, and based on approximately 4,000 customers, I believe that's where we are. We're probably talking about adding another $10, and we're, you know, we've already got a lot of complaints and issues with this, with our water department, as far as fees are being cut off. $353,000 is how much of your current budget? You've got what, about $1 million budget?
What is your current budget? Yeah.
Last year it was just under $1 million.
900 something.
And how much of that money will you get this year from the sources that you got the million from?
We're already right now way below where we were last year. We lost 8.5% by being rezoned, reclassified as an urban county. Our revenue right now is already way below where we were this time 1 year ago.
Well, is there any recourse on that? I know we put out earlier. Is there any recourse that we can get that looked into?
I'm sure that something from you all would aid. Right now, it's been me communicating with Congressman Tillis. Has been the only avenue that has been even approached in any way whatsoever. I sent him a letter asking him to introduce a sister bill in the House that's in the Senate.
Phyllis is the senator.
Yes, or so opposite. To introduce a bill, a sister bill in the Senate that goes along with House Resolution 817 that would offset that 8.5% that's gone. That equates to about $150,000 of revenue that we expect to lose because of that rezoning, or that whatever you call it. It wasn't a zone, but we're now in Urban County, if you didn't know that.
I think we definitely need to investigate that and see what we can do and see if we can get that reclassification back what it was. Reclassification, reclassified.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, a little reviewing on that, I think we've lost out on, and maybe Sandy can help me there, is it about $500,000 or so because we were reclassified as urban from grants.
From what?
From grants.
I'm not aware.
I may have seen that in the Board of Health meetings because we've been reclassified.
I know the county's not eligible for any federal grant that's listed as a rural community. That's how I discovered it. I was applying for a grant to get AEDs for the courthouse and the sheriff's office, and I got informed that I can't apply for the grant because I'm not in a rural county. That's how I came across the information initially. So any grant money that is cut out of the federal dollar for rural communities, we're not going to be eligible for it anymore. I can also say that I didn't come here, and I know that our board of directors were not prepared today to negotiate the price that we gave you. We were under the understanding that you were at the point that you were okay with the amount of money, and that you were going to figure out what you needed to do on your end to get that amount of money. So if we're going to negotiate price down, then I definitely would ask that we put this on the next agenda so that board members that helped come up with these numbers can be in the room to communicate what we are willing and not willing to negotiate down.
Well, then we probably need
I think it's a good idea.
to postpone it until next meeting.
And in the meantime, if Natalie can contact somebody.
I'll get with you to find out where it was connected, which survey it was that said we were urban.
We've connected to some kind of region out of Virginia or
Right,
something.
Based on the census, so used to the Department of Agriculture's decided, and now the census, the Department of Census decides. And based on the North Gates County census, too many people work in Tidewater for us to stay considered a rural community, because it's based on where they go to work.
That in salary too, I think.
Yes.
That's
what I was.
Part of the discussion, 1 cent, like we've got two options. One is to add a fee to our utility bill. The other is to increase taxes. We're currently at 64 cents per 100. 1 cent is going to give you $92,487.
I don't have the exact figure, but it's
Okay.
about that, yes.
So, in order to get $353,000, we're going to have to increase taxes by 4 cents. Just keep that in mind.
Absolutely. As a taxpayer, do it, because an ambulance is coming to my house that way. Just like when we recommended the $15, I pay $15 to dump my trash. To haul it to a place and dump it, absolutely I'll pay you $15 for an ambulance to come to my house and take my family to the hospital. Absolutely, no questions asked. You'll never hear an argument out of me and many of the citizens that I talk to.
And, you along with many others are not opposed to that. There are some that would question, some of these things, and it's been pointed out, 50% pay raise to cover that and all. So, as you discuss this, just keep in mind of what we're gonna have to do. It's only 2 options. And 4 cents is gonna get you what you need. And we're talking 68 cents. I don't think we can delete tax infractions. No, we can do 4.5.
We can, but please don't.
Yeah.
Not right now.
So, it's gonna be, if we gave you 2 cents, we could do maybe $200,000, $184,000. That may be pretty digestible. If we gave you 3 cents, we're talking maybe $277,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood. So, keep in mind where this money is coming from and, how we're gonna have to get it. It's not, I'm gonna pay part of it, all this board, but, those citizens out in the county, they're the ones that are gonna be paying as well. So just, we can put taxes, we can just increase taxes, but it's not always popular, even though many times it's needed. It's not popular, so we try to do it in a way that the citizens understand that we're utilizing their money in a way that we would certainly utilize our own. Just for food for thought there, as you look at those figures.
Okay, so it's a decision that we postpone this discussion until our night meeting on the 16th. I think that's what
Make that
you
motion.
Absolutely, if we're gonna talk about cutting down or cutting it, I need more people in the room that can help me do that.
Okay, motion's been made. Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of postponing this discussion until May 16th, say aye. Aye. All opposed. And it's not, but remember, we have facing increases in a lot of different areas.
Thank you, Stormy.
Thank you, Stormy, and thank you for what you do. Okay, Central Middle School discussion. I think that's Ms. Pittman.
Well, in the information that's provided, you had asked us to calculate the estimated tax impact, and this is the information that Ms. Pittman provided. Minutes borrowing at the loans indicated, and I had briefly mentioned this at a previous meeting, at the April meeting, but it's brought up again today for further discussion, or if you had additional questions for Ms. Pittman, since she is the one who ran the numbers and can explain it far better than I can. And these were using USDA loan numbers that were available when she calculated this.
This is off the 3% rate.
Yes.
That's sort of self-explanatory.
Yeah, it is.
And while you're looking, I will let you know that I have reached out to them, to the Board of Education, and we've talked about having a joint meeting for some additional questions. And I have not received a response back for dates that they are available to meet to discuss continued issues with the middle school.
Well, they've not-
Excuse me. Oh, Ms. Lawrence received it this morning.
And when would they like to meet?
I can't get in my
We
email.
can't, we don't have internet access.
Well, it was, but-
Oh, there's not a strong signal in this room, so we will get them, perhaps when you go into closed session, we can get that, and then that can be brought back in open session.
Well, it seems to me that the cost of what they put out there, from 16 million to 20, we just have to decide which number is the right number, whether it's 18 million, 20 million. Personally, I would think that, if we went for the high side of 20 million, and certainly working with the school board and monitoring their progress and their architects and whatever they're doing to try to keep the costs lower, and have some extra to cover some of these other expenses. They're talking about constructing a new football field where the original campus was located and estimated at $1.5 million.
I started to say that, I did not go going.
So, you know, even if we can keep the cost at 17 million, you're talking 18.5 with that. And then they're talking about a 6th grade building to overcome, to become the open gates alternative at 500,000. So there's another $550,000. So certainly $20 million seems to be the figure, but we're going to have to work with the Board of Education to try to keep all costs down as much as possible to stay within that amount. And once we come to a consensus or an agreement on the 20 million, then we can write the resolution, send it to Board of Election, and then we'll have it on the ballot for November. So, you know, if they've given us this ballpark figure, a high and a low. I would suggest that we go with the upper number, with the understanding that that all costs are to be monitored and minimized as much as possible to stay below that, so that we will have funds to cover some of the other things that's been mentioned.
Well, I can tell you, if you give them a set of money, they're going to spend every dime of it.
Well, and that's why I'm saying monitor, you know, because
well, there are some pre-architectural building designs.
The
Now,
DPI has.
The DPI.
Have you heard them say that they're going to go with one of those?
No.
You haven't?
But also, part of the meeting, we would need to discuss all the capital needs that they have for the other schools and request that they have a backup plan in case the referendum does fail.
And certainly, they need to do that. You know, what are they going to do if it doesn't pass?
And Northampton, it did not pass.
But did we not ask them for a 5-year plan?
And what are they doing to save money?
So we've not asked that question. But some of that information is in the public facilities information that I sent, and then there's things in your budget as well.
But if you look at their facilities statement or the thing that they sent us, several of the buildings are not at capacity or way below capacity, and you look at population trends in the county, they are declining. Can we still afford to have all the schools we have with them being underutilized?
And that is something that,
because it's expense to open a building, you just think utilities, principals, things that are redundant if they are being way underutilized.
and that the number of people in the county, that was just to make you aware for the Campbell land use, that was something that was brought out during that. The planning board will be reviewing that at their May meeting, but Tom Morgan came last month and just gave them a quick overview, and that is one of the things that he pointed out, that the population was declining in the county.
I thought I saw somewhere where they said that if we did not build a new school, these are the figures that what's going to need to be done immediately or something like that. I was just looking for it. I don't know if you.
And that may have been one of the,
They
one of the
had
items that I sent you, I'm sorry, on April the, I sent it on April the 6th in an email with the DPI facility needs study.
But they had a whole list of things, of capital needs and all needs per school.
And some, I put in there, it did say that if you don't do it, then this is what's going to happen. And that came to something like $4 million, something like that.
Okay, so need to, I think we kind of need to move this on and we await a hearing from the Board of Education about a meeting with them.
We can do that after closed session.
Okay, moving on to new business, budget presentation.
I have presented, everyone by now should have picked up their notebooks and got to find my documents, so I apologize. And I will read it for the few citizens that we still have here and for the camera. In accordance with the North Carolina Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act, the Administration Department has assembled the budget request, revenue estimates, and financial information supplied by various officials, officers, employees, and agencies of Gates County. From these sources, the budget has been prepared for consideration by the Board of Commissioners. The recommended budget is balanced and complies with General Statute 159-11. A copy of the budget has been filed with the clerk to the Board of Commissioners and is available for public inspection. Copies are available via news media in Gates County as well as on the Gates County website and the Gates County Public Library. Not earlier than 10 days after the presentation of the budget message and not later than July 1st of 2016, the Board of Commissioners must adopt a budget ordinance making appropriations, estimating revenues, and levying taxes for the budget year. A public hearing is scheduled for Monday, May 16th, 2016 on the fiscal year 16-17 budget at 7 p.m. The information presented in this report should be considered and studied in detail, and additional information will be presented to the Board of Commissioners during budget work sessions, which are next week. Key budget highlights. Total budget is balanced in accordance with North Carolina legal standards. The property tax rate remains flat at 64 cents per $100 in assessed value. The total budget is $13,739,566, of which $10,803,223 is in the general fund. Health insurance rates increased by 18.7%. Many departments and agencies received full funding requests. North Carolina Cooperative Extension has requested counties pay 50% of all salaries and benefits for NC State employees. The percentage of salary and benefits paid by the county on North Carolina A&T employees did not change. The part-time family and consumer science position was not funded. A fund balance of $26,592 was used to balance the solid waste fund. The condemnation line item within the planning and zoning budget was not funded. If the county wishes to pursue demolition of a building during fiscal year 17, money will need to be appropriated from fund balance. I am requesting commissioners allocate $275,000 from fund balance for a special capital outlay project, which is putting a new pitched roof on the courthouse. The amount requested is based upon an informal quote received from a roof installation company. The current roof has been patched in several locations in the past, yet leaks continue. The leaks not only affect ceiling tiles and keep interior walls damp, so paint bubbles, but it has the potential to allow water on equipment used daily in the courthouse. This would be a one-time expense. If this is not approved, the capital outlay line item will need to be increased by $7,000 to cover current roof repairs. I would like to express my appreciation to the Board of County Commissioners for their participation and input in the budget process going forward, as well as to department directors and agency leadership for budget submission in a timely manner.
It is wonderful reading. It has helped me up at night. And I'll be interested now that I want to hear from with our budget sessions next Tuesday and next Thursday.
Correct.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to read a letter from the Gates County Housing Committee. In the proposed budget, there was $0 recommended for the Gates County Housing Committee. This letter is dated May 3rd. It says, Dear Gates County Board of Commissioners, on behalf of the Gates County Housing Committee, I am writing to thank you for the funds awarded to us for fiscal year 2015-16. Because of these funds, we were able to assist many Gates County families in an effort to make their homes safer. We were elated with the confidence that our county officials bestowed to us. As well, we are happy to be able to provide this service and allow these citizens to stay in the places that they call home. However, we realize there is a lot more work to be done. For this reason, we're working continuously to secure funds from various churches, organizations, grant funders, and foundations. It is equally important for these benefactors to know that the leadership of our county support our efforts. We would request another $5,000 of funding for 2016-2017 fiscal year. We're anxious to continue to assist the citizens of Gates County on improving housing in our county. Thank you in advance for your continued support and assistance. If you have additional questions, please feel free to contact me at 252-357-4487. Mr. Lee Riddick was the president and signed by the vice president, Patrice Lassiter. So, submit this letter. Do you have a copy?
I have a copy, like you said, it was received yesterday, and one was received, I believe, last Thursday of last week. And as I indicated earlier, it was my oversight. I did not realize the budget was attached to the Partners for Health, and that was received at the beginning of March, when all other requests were received.
Okay, so, no, well, so there's no action that we need to take, it's just.
No.
I received an email from the Chamber of Commerce.
Theirs is who I received last week.
Did you receive a formal request?
Yes.
It wasn't on time, was it?
No, it was last week.
Okay.
See, it was, but all of that was supposed to be due.
Right. They also contacted Commissioner Freeman, and I just want to make you aware that they did contact us, and when we're talking again, we'll address that. We assured them that we would say something. Okay.
You might remind them that they need to respond.
There's a timeline.
There is a deadline, or so that they can get everything
Sure.
shown. And I know Mr. Riddick has been ill, so I can understand that. He's been.
$175,000, we expect to have an answer next week. We feel like we're in pretty good shape to receive that. The URP 16 we did not get that.
And that's interesting, because they asked us to apply for that, I mean, the Avalon Commission, and it's denied in all the 3 counties that requested it.
Well, I'm thinking that, you know, that we are in a better, well, not a better position. Well, I would say a better position now. If we had gotten that one, we may not have gotten this 175, but I'm thinking we're going to.
I mean, I think everybody was shocked because they had requested the counties to do it, and they said, and then they didn't.
Well, you know, there again, every county to be.
Yeah, that is.
But oh yeah, well that was talking about the grant that we got $100,000 to do the county survey. Well, that was from CDBG. I think.
Yeah, that was.
Not,
That was a different.
Still was a good tool.
Okay, thank you, County Manager, and all the people to get all the department heads to get you the information to present to us. And we look forward to next week from hearing from the departments.
Are we supposed to formally do anything except that?
Except that.
I think we cleared. This is just a receiving of
Yeah, we just
the
received.
proposal. It's not an adoption of the ordinance.
No. Listen, I got called last night thanking us for adopting the budget. I said, we hadn't even received it yet.
Madam Chairman, I'll make a motion that we receive the budget for further review as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to formally to receive the budget as presented by the county manager. It's been properly seconded. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. And I told the person, I said, we have not voted on the budget. We have not. They couldn't believe we hadn't. Okay, Personnel Board recommendations.
Madam Chairman, if you don't mind, just before we go to that, I did find the sheet on the school. I'm sure the county manager has it. But this sheet says that for Central Middle School for 2000, the Central Middle School renovations of $4,283,892. Furniture $290,000 for a total of $4,573,892. This is the 2015-16 DPI facility needs survey.
For next year's 5 years, 0 to 5.
Yeah. So this is for that 5-year plan. And this would look like it would be the option if the referendum didn't move forward. So we're probably talking about $1 million a year.
I didn't know that's what you were calling. I didn't know you were calling it that division plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we'll move forward to the recommendation coming from the Personnel Board concerning a merit pay increase. We have struggled with this, trying to work out what would be fair and equitable in this situation with the employees, to try to recognize exemplary service to people who do their job above and beyond just what is required, but above and beyond. And this is what we have come up with. I'm sure you've had a chance to read it. If there are any questions, let us.
I did have one question under the second paragraph. It says, the second sentence is only employees who exceed standard or expected performance will be considered for merit raises. Department head must also recommend the raises. So if they exceed standard or expect performance, then they still will not get a raise unless the department head recommended it. And my point I'm getting to, I'm going to go ahead and just jump to the point, is that if the maintenance department got their raise because the department head submitted it, and the tax department did not, because their department head did not, I mean, that seems a little bit, what is the justification? You know, if they both, these employees exceeded standard or expected performance, but yet we're going to give one department raises, not going to give the other because the department head didn't recommend it. So that might be something you may want to, either they're able to receive it based on their performance, unless there's some justifiable reason for the department head not wanting to give it to us.
Well, and the reason that would be is because if you'll note, let me put this, that if they have received the corrective action, let's say in January or February, and they went up, but then for whatever it was, they just came right up above the standard line, let's just say 2.8. If you got 2.8 or higher, let's just, and I don't remember, it's 2.86. If you had exactly that, but there was a incident earlier in the year, and your department head felt like that was the reason you shouldn't get the raise, even though you met that 2.86, that would be why they may recommend that you not receive a raise.
I kind of think all that was covered in that next paragraph. But if that's what it's referring to, the next paragraph says basically what you just said. If an employee has received a corrective action such as performance improvement plan or disciplinary action such as written warning, demotion or suspension within the previous year, since the last performance evaluation, the employee will not be eligible for a merit rating. But there again, that's an observation. I just thought, it puts us in a position. I don't get as many calls as I used to, but you get calls sometimes.
Everybody wants to come look at it, compare you to someone else across the way. It might be comparing apples to oranges, but they want to say so and so did this. And
they got this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it was trying to recall the conversations, and we really had pretty strong debates on this in the planning board, in the personnel board. And, somebody could be right there at 2.86, but they have been skating along and just, had kind of maybe just fallen under the radar of getting a total written warning, but had been maybe verbally warned but not put in writing several times. There's some things, some situations that might occur in.
We have these are new titles, excellent performer.
But our new evaluation instrument that is going to be beginning this year, 2017, 2018.
And they have numerical.
Yeah, it's numerical. It's like 1 to 4. And I'm sure, Commissioner Jordan, you were used to that in the civil service in the school system. We're used to that. You might be a 1, you might be a 5, a 4 here, or 3. Everybody's not good at everything.
We've got various elements and performance criteria. Some are high here, some are not.
Yeah,
like I said, there's an observation that caught me. I don't have a problem with it, but we need to be mindful of it that if the department head does not turn in recommendations for approval, and we've got all of these people within these ranges, we could be setting ourselves up for some.
So they'll be turning, those department heads will be required to turn in some document, yea or nay. Okay.
And that will be added on to the evaluation.
And one of the things that will have to be done is that there'll be training in evaluating your employees and all, so that, you've got to, as an evaluator, you've got to be as unbiased as possible, and that you can't go through and if you get a stack of evaluations from a department head and everybody ends up with the same score on everything, they have not done their job. Because we all have different skills, and we're good at different things. So you got to be, make sure that we have training of our evaluators.
I'm looking for a motion to accept.
Yes, because this is the motion. It doesn't need a motion to move forward. It just needs to be approved or disapproved. And this is the first year we've used the new scoring system.
So and this doesn't begin until 2017, 2018. We're going to give them a year to see how it works. That way, we're going to have to tweak it. So we might run into the problem. Commissioner Jordan said. Right. And after you use it, you can see some of the problems that might be problematic. Yeah.
What about the statement from the last where it said elected officials are not eligible for merit basis since every evaluation not been done?
I read the evaluations, the ballot box.
Well, so what about our contract employees? I mean, I know they get evaluated, but our contract employees,
What contract employee are you referencing?
county manager.
My contract that we have spells out what you should do. For example, this policy addresses everyone should be through January and March, but my contract states that it's in July.
Okay, so this is a recommendation, does not need, it's a recommendation. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chairman, I'll make a motion that we adopt the merit policy that's been presented. To be implemented as stated.
Second.
That motion's been made and seconded. Any questions? The questions have been good. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay, Personnel Board recommendation from Sandy Pittman concerning, I assume,
This had to do with the retiree insurance benefit.
I looked at this one,
yeah, this is a tough one.
and what I got out of this was that the insurance company has given some leniency. In other words, prior to this, you had to have a certain number of years of continuous service. But now, as it says here, it says county employees which are eligible for county paid health benefits upon retirement can ensure independence for health benefits by paying the entire cost of dependent coverage until the employee or dependent reaches age 65, whichever comes first. So, an employee who has less than 20 years, let's say we hire someone, they're 47 years old. Well, the state retirement system, when they reach 62, they could retire, but they only have 15 years. So if we keep the 20 years in here, we're going to penalize them because they don't have 20 years. And the insurance company does it. In other words, if the insurance company is going to give them more leniency,
No, sir.
No.
The 20 years had nothing to do with the insurance company. The 20 years is based upon the policy that was set forth previously by previous county commissioners, which is on the next page. And it says county employees with 20 years of continuous service can ensure dependents for health benefits by paying the entire portion of dependent coverage until the dependent reaches age 65. The insurance company and the laws, because of ACA, has changed regarding the age, where it says they can pay the entire cost for the dependent coverage until the employee or dependent reaches age 65, whichever comes first.
So if you were, if your wife was 10 years younger, you could still pay for her until she reaches the age of 65.
If I'm going to use Melissa as an example. If she had her husband or on her insurance, if she reached 65 first, then her husband is no longer eligible for the insurance. If he reaches 65 first, then he can no longer be covered.
So the employee or dependent reaches age 65. Well, at the bottom, we say the personnel board recommends county employees with 20 years of continuous service who are eligible for county paid health benefits from retirement can continue to pay the entire cost for dependent coverage until the employee or dependent reaches 65, whichever occurs first. Why are we leaving 20 years in there?
Because you don't get continuous health benefits until you have been employed 20 years.
Well, I thought that was a change.
No, sir. The
that's
change has to do with,
The
if you look at the January 2008, it says they approve paying the entire portion of dependent coverage until the dependent reaches 65. That is the change. They're saying that either the dependent or the employee, whoever turns 65 first.
I think. Thank you.
So that does not, it's just to make us, because that's a PEY.
No, they need to approve it.
Okay, you need us to approve this. It comes from a recommendation from the Personnel Board.
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the provisions for retiree dependent health coverage as presented.
Okay, a motion's been made. Do I hear a second?
Second that motion, Madam Chairman.
Motion's been made second. Any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, moving on. Proclamation for the Older American Month, 2016. And tonight is May. Do I hear a motion that we proclaim, have a proclamation for the Older American Month?
I make that motion.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? I don't know when, they don't give an age for older Americans. It's going on your perspective. I guess when that is.
I was making that motion on behalf of some of my colleagues that we nominated.
Thank you, Jack.
I wonder who he could be talking.
I wonder why he thinks he's the youngest one up here.
I'll bring my water.
Yes, before you get slapped. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. Okay, we'll make that proclamation and we will sign it. Okay, moving on. Board of Elections hours update. Have not heard back from them. I thought I read the
No,
email.
ma'am, and I just realized we did leave something off of the agenda. But that would be item 18, but I will answer the question about the Board of Elections first, and I do apologize for that. Yes, I have not received any correspondence back. I did contact Mr. Hankinson again yesterday to let him know that in a letter dated April the 7th, the commissioners had several questions that they would like to be addressed from the, for some concerns that they had about the Board of Elections and office hours, and they were to submit the written response by Friday, April the 29th. As of yesterday, I had not received that, and his response back to my email was, I will look into this and get back to you.
Okay, I think we've all seen that response. It was on our emails. Telling him we would like to see him May 16th. And I think we've been generous with our request, but we want him here May 16th. Okay, so the next item is the county well, 0.82 acres.
This is something I brought up a couple months ago. And I spoke to Timmy about it before. This is the well down there behind Bubba London. And I think you confirmed to me that it was not in use and would not be put back in use. And you've all got a copy of the map, which is about 8,200 of an acre. And Bubba London, through me, has submitted an offer for that parcel of land, if you're interested in selling it. As you see on the map, he owns all around it except for the one side there, which is was Laura Lee Sawyer property, which is now Dr. John Sawyer's property.
What is all?
Less than 100,000.
I think, kind of that, I think an attorney got to tell you, I think before we can sell it, we got to go through a process.
We do.
I would certainly make a motion that we have the county manager detail the process for moving forward with the sale of that property. And present to the commissioners, possibly at the,
May 16th. That's going to be a very popular date. Okay, so, because it does have to go through a legal process. I mean,
yeah, then you got
to advertise it, so, because there might be somebody else who would be interested in purchasing.
Yeah.
0.82 acres, you might just have impact on that. Okay, we need a motion's been made by Mr. Jordan to start the procedure for the sale of this piece of property. We need a second. Motion's been made properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. We do have a budget item amendment here that was on our desk.
And I will explain that one. This is to reallocate two lines. One is from a benefits line, which is the unemployment insurance, and the other is money from another department into the administrative capital outlay to purchase a car to replace the Black Impala that's currently assigned to me.
And we will, sell the, I know someone else is.
We've not made a decision if that will be put into another department or if it will be sold. Yes, I believe, I was told it's the sheriff's vehicle all the time.
It's gonna be large enough so I can get my legs in it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I considered that when I test drove the vehicle.
I was concerned about the rain thing. What was you call it?
Rain guard.
Rain guard that I wrote at the Christmas parade.
Work your hand on that.
Yes. So, do I have a motion that we approve this budget adjustment?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
If I may, Ms. Lawrence pointed out that we skipped number 14, and then I do have an issue. I just need to know about something from May 16th.
Okay, RPO appointment discussed, and that's, RPO is the.
That's the regional planning organization. We know that because of when they meet quarterly. 2 times a year they meet in Elizabeth City, 2 times a year they meet in Manio. The county, I represent the county on, there's 2 boards. I represent them on the one that's made up of either planners or county managers, and then there's one that's made up of commissioners. And because of the times we've not had anyone at those meetings, and it has been brought to our attention that we need to have someone there to vote, especially concerning some of the issues going forward. Lately, we've had a lot of discussion, of course, about tolling of ferries, but also continued discussion about Highway 64 and Highway 17, as well as any other road issue.
Let me say that if you can read the minutes of that meeting, but if you're not there consistently, you really, it doesn't make sense to you. You don't know what you're voting on. And Dare County, I cannot do this.
And they meet, for the commissioners meeting, the commissioner, the technical, TCC, I always get them backwards, they meet at 1 o'clock. And typically what happens is at 11 o'clock, the first meeting, they provide lunch at 12, and there's a joint update from someone several people with the Department of Transportation. And then at 1 o'clock is the technical committee that meets.
Is that twice a year it's on Elizabeth City, twice
a year it's at Manio. And as Commissioner Owen says, if you're not there, it is very difficult to understand. I mean, I knew what the RPO did very broadly from working at Albemarle Commission, but even walking into that first meeting and attending now, as long as I've attended, I still get lost. And there was a gentleman in there the other week, he said, I've been coming for 4 years, and it's still so much information to absorb.
Okay.
And I brought that up too to our Madam Clerk, as pertaining is Jack's backup. And I've been to one meeting in Antioch, and I don't really get any pre-warnings about it. And then I've received the request for the ethics update, and I think I mentioned about the clerk that I wasn't planning to do that, and need to step away from that because there's no way I know when the meetings are. And like I said, I've been to one in 2 years or whatever.
We have meetings.
The next one is September the 28th, I believe.
Is it always
Double check. It's the 28th, no, we changed it because of some regional conflicts with other meetings, but typically, whenever we meet, it is the third Thursday. This one was the fourth Wednesday.
If you're not involved, this is, the meetings, and I haven't been to a meeting in a long time, but when I was going to the meetings, you show up to the meetings, we're talking DOT, we're talking DOT budget, and you're just voting yay. You don't go there and vote nay on anything. If you're not going to Raleigh and sitting in on the decision making with some power, you're just a figurehead. Gates County has to have somebody there. That is.
In addition, my best contacts have been our regional engineer and Jim Hodell, assistant district engineer in Elizabeth City. Do stay in touch with them about what's going on in Gates County and what we ask for and what we need. I'm like Jack, I'm completely out of the loop in Manio.
So you two are saying y'all can't do it?
Amen.
I will give you a hint for the 1 o'clock meeting. If you're there for the 11 o'clock meeting, even though it's two separate boards, a lot of the people, they all ride together, and they're allowed to participate in our discussion. It's informal, sort of informal. And so at the 1 o'clock meeting, when the chair takes over, which is Mr. Griffin from Pasquotank, he rolls right through it because a lot of the discussion was heard by both boards, and the 1 o'clock meeting is typically over within 30 minutes.
Oh, no, this is beginning
So you have to sit through the 2 hours before.
Is the chairman still from Columbus County?
No.
No, Pasquotank is.
No, it's past.
Ward is not the chair though, but he's on our law commission.
Now, you can't serve on that?
No. No, I can only serve on the one. The other was made up of commissioners or town council.
I think Jackson appointed to it, and then I was a backup, right?
Right.
Is that right?
Madam Chair,
I can do it till November, I might not get reelected.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, I can go to the September one, just remind me.
Okay, but we need to have it in motion so that I can send that, we have to send that information.
I don't know if it'll be required before she goes to the meeting. I think it'll be required before she can take a vote.
But for all that paperwork, we'll get with Angela about all of that. There's certain paperwork that's required by the state that you have to complete.
Oh, gosh, I have this.
And it's a new, I think it's just started within the past couple of years.
Online ethics and conflict of interest.
I move to appoint our chairman, Hopper, to be the representative, to be our representative to the RPO discussions.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I want to say that.
You don't want to go back and change that merit, no merit increases.
In new business, I'd just like to bring forward is Board of Health discussion that we had some this morning about Gates County's been selected for the Zika checking on the Zika virus and mosquito. So they're going to put up some places in Gates County at our request to test for those mosquitoes.
Okay, thank you.
There was something I did forget as well, and I do apologize. You received information regarding courthouse discussion, historic courthouse discussion. Please do not ask me questions about it because a lot of the discussion was engineering terms, and I would every once in a while say in layman terms, do you need this? Fortunately, I was correct, but I could not explain what it was that was completely discussed in detail. Would you like for someone from Clearscapes to be here on May 16th in order for us to proceed? Because the gist of the discussion was, when it was finished, that Clearscapes was in agreement with WJE, and James Andrus was in agreement. He wasn't as vocal as Clearscapes. Not necessarily to test the bricks that are in the building, but to find some reclaimed bricks to do testing and to test the mortar and the stucco. And that is why I would like for them personally to come and explain to you why that decision was made. I know it's in writing, but I can tell by the looks of some of you that you were in the same position I was while I was on the phone. I wasn't completely understanding why that was their recommendation.
Okay, so you would like to request Clearscapes come to our May 16th meeting?
Yes.
I think that would be nice, so we could question them about that, since we've gone down this path and we need to have a clear understanding.
Well, and they had initially said not to test reclaimed brick.
Okay, but why has changed?
Do we normally pay them more than travel?
They charge us by the hour. So we'll have to ask the first old item.
Okay.
Because they will be coming from Raleigh.
Well, request that they come.
But I figured that would be easier than us trying to do a teleconference.
And understand the reclaimed brick.
Okay, do we need a motion for that?
Now, I just needed to know if you wanted them to attend so you could better.
Yeah, bring a break, so look at it. Okay, finally, any citizens' comments? This has been a marathon.
Better not be.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Jordan and I spoke yesterday, we were the engineers that made the proposal for the slope roof, and I happen to be in this area, and I offered, if you have any questions, anything about that, I'm glad to answer those.
So thank you for coming. I should have been here, and I saw you, but it didn't register.
That's all right.
But Mr. Howard called me, we talked yesterday, I believe it was, or day before yesterday, I believe yesterday. But this is the building that we were talking about as far as the roofing of this building. The county manager has made a request for.
It's $275,000, and they're actually, his company's actually the one that provided us with the informal quote based on looking at GIS, because that was the one company that I knew would provide that information.
And so now, where do we go with that?
That's in the budget as a budget proposal. There is no action taken. That's just an additional request in addition to the money that's coming out of general fund. That was not even part of the capital budget. It's a separate special project.
Because it was a one-time.
And for Mr. Howard, the budget is going to be discussed Tuesday and also Thursday. And at that time, the commissioners will decide whether or not to allocate the estimated cost to redo it. And if we don't do that,
Then we have to just allocate $7,000 more at least into the capital budget.
For repairs.
I guess the situation is, are the repairs going to be substantial enough to give us the longevity we need?
We've made repairs before, and that $7,000 is based on what Crystal has provided me information about.
But we keep having to repair repairs.
So this is going to be decided on within the next couple of meetings.
That's fine. I was just in this area, and I offered it to, if you had any questions about what was going to happen, we made a presentation to the school board.
Yes, I remember you.
Yes.
And we will be voting on the budget. You know, this is budget season, and we haven't had the budget in place by July 1st, so if we approve the budget with that request.
I'm not here to sell anything. I was just any questions.
But that, I was trying to give you a time frame.
I understand.
And we will.
And we have to put it out to bid.
We haven't put it out to bid, but certainly it will.
We're the engineering firm that would actually put it out to bid. So we're not a contractor. We had submitted this as a budget that we know we could get it done at that, and that included our fees and stuff.
Okay.
So we'll wait to hear from you, and I just wonder if you have any questions about it. It's a very simple job to do this way, so.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for stopping by.
No problem.
Shows interest.
No problem. I'm gonna snap some pictures now.
Okay.
Sheriff doesn't arrest me, I'm gonna take some pictures while I'm here.
Okay, just don't fall.
I won't, I'm not gonna get on the roof, I'm just gonna walk around.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, commissioners' comments. I think I'll, Bill, you had something?
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't just waiting for my own pleasure.
You had a,
I did just want to let you guys know, as part of my responsibility with the county is crisis management. The EMS budget has been on the table for 4 months now. We're in crisis mode if something doesn't happen. I'm not selling one way or the other. I'm saying if July 1 comes and the contract has been removed from the table, then we're going to be in crisis mode.
and Billy, I hope you don't think that we are going to remove it from the table.
Well, if it's not accepted, then
Well, I mean, we'll accept something. I mean, we will.
well, you got two contract, well, you got a contracted party. If they don't agree with it,
Oh, yeah, that's right, and that's why we wanted to discuss. I didn't know.
and I'm not mad. I'm just saying this happened to Bertie last year, and the contracted entity folded, and they were in a crisis. We need to be thinking. I'm going to be thinking and dealing with Natalie on a contingency plan should anything happen, because it's going to be a crisis. Because we, as a county, are required to have those ambulances.
Listen, I understand that. And the question I asked is just, I just said I had a concern.
And I'm not trying to persuade that either way. I'm just saying we need to be prepared and just notifying you guys that that contract is about to end. And if we don't have something in place, then we are responsible for making that happen.
Well, thank you.
Very good.
Okay, we'll get down to commissioners' comments. I'm going to keep them very brief. And I'm going to start. I'd like to thank everybody who came. We had a good presentation for the first half of our meeting. I hope you see that a lot of time and thought goes into all our decisions, and they're not easy decisions to make. And it's very difficult sometimes, knowing what is the right thing to do. And I think we all at our hearts try to do what is best for all the citizens of Gates County. And I just appreciate you coming.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Have a great day.
All right, I too thank everyone for being here and the interest shown in county government. I would like to comment on our EMS services. We're very thankful for them. Certainly we have to support them, but we just want to make sure that our citizens' funds that are expended, that we utilize them in the best manner possible. And certainly we don't want to put the county into a position where we don't have those services as needed. So I thank all of our EMS, Billy's, thank you for your services as well in directing this department. And we will continue to do what we need to do to keep our county the way it should be.
Thank you also, and Billy, to your comment, the contract will be approved. It may be some compromise, but the contract will be approved.
We appreciate all the input today, all of us with deciding exactly which way to go with various issues, particularly the solar farm and moratorium that is coming up. But those discussions and that information has been most valuable, and we appreciate that. Appreciate the comments we get throughout the month and throughout the day, and sometimes throughout the hours that we can bring forth and discuss and settle for you. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, pursuant to General Statute 143-318-111, we will enter into closed session to discuss legal and personnel issues. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. Okay, we'll close the door, turn off the mic. We have a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, All those in favor of coming out of closed session? Aye. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. We'll see you back on May 16th.
What day?